Chapter 513, Divine Envoy of Steel. Chapter 513, A Divine Envoy of Steel. Zhu Xiongba shouted as he tried to run. Fucking kill her! Open fire! Open fire! Use the rockets! Blast this bitch! By now, he had no more thoughts of trying to capture Shangguan Bingshui alive. He just wanted to kill her. Two squads of soldiers suddenly appeared, as they began firing wildly at her. Another few soldiers wielded some rocket launchers, aiming at her before firing. Wall of ice. Shangguan Bingshui looked at the incoming projectiles and bullets, and her cold expression shook slightly. With a thought of her mind, a terrifying frosty aura congealed into a huge wall in front of her. When the rockets landed on the wall of ice, they blasted it apart, and even impacted Shangguan Bingshui behind the wall. Is she dead? Zhu Xiongba's subordinates looked towards the aftermath of the blast. Ice bullets. Following a high, cold voice, thousands of ice beads shot outwards in various directions. These ice bullets were like rifle bullets, easily piercing the bodies of the 1,000 Hero Alliance soldiers present, causing them to fall to the ground, dead. Shangguan Bingshui walked out from behind the debris and destruction, still holding on to her book of snow and ice, looking like a fairy, as she swept her eyes around. There was indeed a possibility of the rockets taking her life, however. They had to land on her face. She had employed a number of means to deal with those rockets, causing them to be ineffective at the end. Shangguan Bingshui looked around, noting the numerous soldiers lying on the ground, but the leader Zhu Xiongba was nowhere to be seen. Shit! Her icy expression finally broke to reveal an expression of fury. She waved her hands, and countless ice bullets congealed to finish off the soldiers. If it wasn't for their interruption, she could have killed that damned Zhu Xiongba already. They're fighting internally. Now's a good chance. The various members of the Greater China Alliance within Yang County saw the crazy slaughter between the Snow Palace and 1,000 Hero Alliance and became excited. Attack! Attack! Now's our only chance. The city gates opened, and elite soldiers of the Greater China Alliance rushed out towards the 1,000 Hero Alliance. If the Snow Palace was eradicated by the 1,000 Hero Alliance, with the support of the Kingdom of God, the 1,000 Hero Alliance was bound to swallow the other two factions. No matter how strong Shangguan Bingshui was, she was only one person. Killing many would require the expenditure of stamina and spirit. At the end, against the mighty firepower of the 1,000 Hero Alliance, she would have to escape as well. The moment the Greater China Alliance joined the fray, it became an all-out clash between the 1,000 Hero Alliance and the other two factions. However, the Eurocopters in the skies were truly terrifying, unleashing their rain of bullets like a cleaving blade that tore through the body of many soldiers. Numerous experts fell as a result. Even when working together, the soldiers of the Greater China Alliance and the female warriors of the Snow Palace could not withstand the might of the 1,000 Hero Alliance. Technology had the upper hand in large-scale battles. In front of those assault helicopters, it didn't matter if the soldiers were level 30 or level 40 enhancers. As long as they were hit by the firepower, they would be torn to shreds or blasted to pieces. The assault helicopters had cannons on them, and with each rocket fired, the blast would shake the ground. The projectiles would turn numerous experts into ashes and dust within a second. The soldiers of the Greater China Alliance were trying to use their rifles to fire at the assault helicopters, and some of the experts with firearms proficiency-related skills managed to hit the assault helicopters. However, the bullets would just ricochet off the armor. All of a sudden, with a bright flash, a bullet shot through the air and punctured the armor of one assault helicopter, causing it to combust and explode. Yu Zhong took a look at the fireball in the sky that was falling to the ground and thought quietly, "Enhanced bullets?" That was definitely an expert firing a powerful enhanced bullet. With one assault helicopter down, the rest of the helicopters went crazy. They increased their firing output, and blasted towards the direction where the shot came from. The entire area was bombarded in seconds, and swallowed up by countless blast impacts. The expert that had fired that enhanced bullet was blasted to smithereens, together with the entire area. "Come with me. Let's go get rid of Jin Xingqing now," Yu Zhong ordered Tian Hao beside him. Tian Hao's eyes flashed with a fiery gaze. Yu Zhong disappeared from his position, making his way towards the command center in Yang County. The command center at Yang County was within a villa. There were many Greater China Alliance soldiers stationed everywhere, numbering at least 200, every one of them possessing a firearm and decent equipment. At the same time, the villa had quite a number of security cameras. What a thick defense! Yu Zhong approached the villa and he frowned. The defenses were tight and the soldiers were numerous. With his might, other than charging in headlong, there were no better options. Just as he was pondering, 12 technologically advanced-looking helicopters that were coated with a silvery luster and loaded with weapons thrice that of an Apache, as well as a body that was also more than 3 times the size of an Apache, flew over. Yu Zhong looked at those 12 armed helicopters that looked technologically advanced and his heart was filled with shock. What are those? I've never seen them before. Yu Zhong had seen a number of designs for the various modern weapons before the apocalypse in school, but he had never seen anything like those in front of him now. The 12 futuristic assault helicopters began to launch a volley of rapid fire, consisting of bullets and projectiles of different sizes and calibers. The hail of metal rained down on the entire villa and its region, blasting various parts and killing many of the soldiers. In one of the helicopters, there was a blond man with blue eyes, wearing a suit. He had incredibly good looks, and was holding a wine glass in his hands. At his feet, there were 2 beautiful Chinese girls helping to massage his feet. He was staring out the window in boredom, and as he watched the carnage and devastation happening below, he sighed in wonder. So beautiful! It truly is an experience, watching these wild monkeys being bombed to pieces. However, some of these Chinese women are not too bad, they can be our toys. Another man who was dressed in a silver military uniform raised his own glass of wine towards the handsome man and chuckled. Esteemed envoy, this time, having completed such a task delegated by the elders, you should definitely be promoted to an apostle. At that time, please do look out for me. The handsome young man was called Halyamanda. He was the 13th seat of the 36 divine envoys of the Kingdom of God, known as the Divine Envoy of Steel. He was a dual attribute evolver of the spirit and agility attributes, and was also a paladin, having grasped the skill knight's heart, possessing a terrifying combat ability. There were 12 apostles in the Kingdom of God, each of them were the closest to God in terms of power. Since they had monstrous power as well as absolute command of their soldiers, they were geniuses amongst geniuses and most of them were heretical Christians. Under the 12 apostles were the 36 divine envoys. Each of these divine envoys were also geniuses, while even the weakest was a dual attribute evolver, and the lowest level was at least 56. Other than that, the Kingdom of God actually controlled a newbie village, allowing their experts to enter it to get job changes, becoming much stronger than normal enhancers. Yu Zhong was stronger than most enhancers was because he had went through a job change into his Dark Knight profession in one such village. At the same time, there were various other wondrous items in the village. When Yu Zhong had entered at that time, due to his lack of level, he couldn't fully appreciate what was possible. Halyamanda chuckled lightly. It doesn't work like that. The 12 apostles are all powerful entities, and are far beyond my capabilities. However, after completing this task, I should be able to increase in my ranking amongst the divine envoys list. At that time, I will definitely put in a good word for you, Dus. Dus became excited when he heard that. As long as Halyamanda helped to say some complimentary words, he would likely be transferred back to the European quarters. He loathed being here in the Asia-Pacific region, where there were countless zombies and mutant beasts. "Many thanks, esteemed envoy." Halyamanda then replied indifferently, "All right. Take action." Dusk's face turned serious as he ordered, "Yes. All stations stand by, Operation Silver Fox activated." With Dusk's order, a number of soldiers dressed in black military uniforms and armed to the teeth leapt from the assault helicopters, employing their parachutes as they landed. Every single one of these soldiers were quick and agile in their actions, and they were experienced. They were special forces that had went through body enhancements, and the moment they landed, they went into formation. They began taking down any soldiers that were still alive. The assault helicopters that hovered in the air also began to descent, as a number of soldiers in silver military uniforms and cold looks came out to set up a perimeter, while Halyamanda strode out like a lord. The soldiers in the black military uniforms swiftly took down all the remaining Greater China Alliance soldiers and came to a pile of rubble. Two soldiers in the silver military uniform walked towards the rubble and waved their hands, causing the debris to fly away, revealing a tunnel that went deep underground. Chapter 514 Seize the Opportunity. Chapter 514 Seize the Opportunity. What is that place? When Yu Zhong saw the tunnel, he was shocked. He had never expected for a tunnel to appear here. Such a secretive measure was beyond what he had experienced in his everyday ordinary life before the apocalypse. The soldiers in black went down the tunnel orderly and swiftly, and soon the sounds of gunfire and explosions traveled from the tunnel. Seems like the Greater China Alliance is not simple. Yu Zhong looked at the tunnel and thought to himself. He had originally assumed that the Greater China Alliance was an ordinary faction in the apocalypse, but it seemed that they were hiding some secrets. After all the soldiers in black went down the tunnel, the soldiers in silver followed suit, covering the imposing Halyamanda as they charged in. In front of the 12 silver futuristic assault helicopters, there were only 24 soldiers in silver standing guard. Chance. Yu Zhong looked at the 12 silver futuristic helicopters and made his way carefully there. The assault helicopters had a terrifying impact on the battlefield, each and every one like a tank in mid-air. With the support of these, the Thousand Hero Alliance could easily crush the people from the Snow Palace or Greater China Alliance. It was testament to their might. If he could obtain these 12 futuristic assault helicopters that were 3 times larger than even the Apaches, Yu Zhong would have obtained a powerful addition to his arsenal, and it would be almost effortless to suppress any smaller factions. He sneaked carefully, before suddenly pouncing towards one of the soldiers in silver. With his maximum speed that could exceed even a Type 2 Lightning, he took barely a second to cross the distance of over 15 m. He appeared behind the soldier and slashed down, decapitating him. On the other side, Tian Hao had also followed closely behind and charged out at another soldier, slaughtering him. Ambush! Ambush! After Yu Zhong had killed the 4th soldier in silver, one of their comrades finally managed to react and shout out. The remaining soldiers immediately got into formation, each of them with a speed that exceeded normal humans. In almost an instant, they were ready to respond to the situation. Strong. They're definitely enhancers above level 30. Yu Zhong eyed the quick response of the remaining soldiers, who were already pointing their weapons at him, and felt a chill in his heart. Yu Zhong could easily deploy a troop of his own consisting of 20 level 30 experts, but he had no confidence they would be able to deal with any situation anywhere else outside. At the very least, they could not be compared to the troops in front of Yu Zhong now. The moment they got into their combat formation, they began using their weapons and grenades, launching a fierce assault on Yu Zhong and Tian Hao. After killing 3 men, Tian Hao was totally suppressed by the fierce gunfire, and he could not risk sticking his neck out. If it were a one-on-one, with his dual attributes and high level, it was enough to casually deal with any of these soldiers. However, when up against an entire troop making use of modern weaponry, he was suppressed. If he wasn't careful, he could be killed. While it was true that evolvers had body constitutions far surpassing any ordinary people, they weren't invincible. At the same time, the rotors of the 12 assault helicopters began to whir, as the helicopters rose into the skies. The moment they were in the skies, they could exhibit their maximum power and become an impregnable fortress. I can't let them get in the air. Yu Zhong eyed those assault helicopters and his eyes flashed with a chilly light. He activated his art of fear, sending an immense spirit wave outwards in all directions. He darted about near the assault helicopters, and the intense spirit fluctuations he was emitting out penetrated the hulls of the helicopters and overloaded the pilots, causing them to faint. With the decommissioning of the pilots, the assault helicopters struggled a little more, before ultimately stopping their ascent. Every elite soldier of this silver uniform unit was specialized, and had focused on strengthening their soldier skill set. Their gun control were all raised to a level 3 standard, and anything within a close distance would be an accurate hit. Even for Yu Zhong, who was insanely strong, he was hit by 2 bullets squarely while attacking the pilots of the assault helicopters. After the dust settled, a white shield appeared in front of Yu Zhong, and he charged out from the dust, waving the 2M long black-toothed blade in his hands about. With the flash of his blade, a number of the soldiers in silver were directly slashed in two. When Yu Zhong went all out, his attacks were truly ferocious and decisive. Within 7 seconds, the remaining elite soldiers were all taken care of, and their corpses littered the ground. So strong. Is this his true strength? He's truly too terrifying. Tian Hao watched in shock as Yu Zhong flashed about the battlefield like a death god. He himself was held in check by just 5 of those elite soldiers. If he had to face those 24 soldiers by himself, he could only rely on assassinating 2 from behind before falling back. Otherwise, he would definitely be surrounded and killed. These elite soldiers from the Kingdom of God are truly powerful. After killing them, Yu Zhong looked at the corpses, frowning. They had proved to be more than just a nuisance. With Yu Zhong's current strength, taking down a squad of elite soldiers wouldn't be an issue for him. He wouldn't even be hit once. However, against this particular troop, he realized that he had suffered a few blows from them, and it could be seen how terrifying their strength was. These elite soldiers had gone through specialization training, their equipment decent and well-rounded, and they were even trained rigorously in the military. They were definitely many times stronger than the special forces of the past. It wasn't that their qualifications were better than those, it was purely due to their enhanced bodies, surpassing those normal soldiers of old. Yu Zhong came to one of the corpses and retrieved the .03 rifle from his corpse before firing a shot at the body. When the bullet round landed on the uniform, there was only a white scar, and the bullet was unable to penetrate the uniform. It was obvious that the material was extremely resilient. Looking at the result of his test, Yu Zhong's expression changed in shock. What a powerful defensive suit! Yu Zhong had something similar, but he required the hide of those Type 2 mutant beasts, and it was hard to manufacture. Only the elites of his elites could wear them. These silver uniforms of the Kingdom of God was obviously a result of technology, and the technology behind it was extremely refined and mature, being able to repel bullets, yet remain light at the same time. From these battle uniforms, the disparity between Yu Zhong's faction and the Kingdom of God in terms of technology and research could be seen. Come with me. Yu Zhong shot a look at Tian Hao before dragging out all the pilot. Tian Hao was of only one mind to kill Jin Xingqing. Yu Zhong had no way of forcing him to remain here, hence he decided for them to enter the tunnel together. Hearing his words, Tian Hao's eyes flashed, and he followed closely behind. Such tunnels were most likely built as a means to hide from any bombs during warfare. Every part of the country would have some sort of bunkers and tunnels like these, and the locations would usually be secretive, not known to many. Even if a nuclear bomb were to went off on Yang County, it could desecrate everything above ground, but the underground would be safe from the impact. The moment they entered the tunnel, they saw many bodies along the way, and the corpses belonged to the soldiers of the Greater China Alliance. Every one of those soldiers wore ordinary military uniform, and had been taken out by single shots. Many of the automatic defensive systems were disengaged or destroyed. Although it was underground, their surroundings were well lit by lamps hanging on either side of the walls. It caused the entire tunnel to be bright. The expenditure just to maintain the lights must be costly. The tunnels were numerous, like some ant hive. It could easily accommodate at least a few hundred thousands of people. If there was no guide, one would definitely get lost within the huge area. Yu Zhong followed the trail of corpses and blood, close on the heels of the bloody footprints of the Kingdom of God. The Kingdom of God would definitely not engage in something useless, hence they must have had a clear goal, and would not stop until they achieve what they entered the tunnels to do. Chapter 5:15 Underground City. Chapter 5:15 Underground City. Yu Zhong proceeded extremely carefully for a long distance, before reaching the experts of the Kingdom of God. In one tunnel, of the 120 soldiers that had charged forth, they had only lost 5. Other than that, over 200 Chinese had defected over to the Kingdom of God's side. A huge, tall man who was good-looking, and had a dignified aura stood beside Halyamanda as he laughed coldly at the scene in front of him. Jin Xingcheng's enraged voice sounded from a loud hailer. "Hu Han, you actually conspired with the foreigners to backstab our Greater China Alliance. You're a traitor that deserves death. Dog! I was really blind to have spared you then." The underground city was huge, and had plenty of tunnels as well as countless traps. If it wasn't for the guidance of someone on the inside, they wouldn't have been defeated so easily by the Kingdom of God. The handsome middle-aged man had a slightly flushed face as he barked back. "Jin Xingcheng, you dare? You damn pighead, trash beast. You sent me out on a mission and fucked my wife, and even got others to humiliate her as well? You think I didn't know? Every single one of you in the upper echelons of the Greater China Alliance are bastards. How I wish to devour you and dig out your hearts. Even if I collude with the foreigners today, what can you do? As long as I can kill your entire family, even if your father, I have to sell my soul to the devil, I'd be willing. As the saying goes, with corrupt leaders, you'll find corrupt subordinate." Jin Xingcheng wasn't any decent man, and he loved to screw around with his subordinates' wives, daughters and any other females in their lives. He basically didn't bother too much about the quality of lives of the survivors. Jin Xingcheng had been a high-ranking official before the apocalypse, and after gaining the underground city, he was cautious at first. However, after a few months of unsuccessful attempts to contact the central government, he began to play around with the women in his city, and act upon his desires. As he got even more audacious, he felt that normal women weren't worth the thrill anymore, and turned his attention to the women of his subordinate. In truth, not to mention the apocalypse, even before the apocalypse, there were countless officials who would fool around with the women of their subordinates, some even going as far as to keep a journal of them. After the apocalypse, these inhumane bastards got even more perverse. When Hu Han's wife was toyed around with, he had been suppressing his rage, until the Kingdom of God came knocking on his door. He then quietly became their spy. This was why the underground city was breached so easily. The fastest way to bring down a fortress was from within. On the other side, Jin Xingcheng assumed his habitual pose of using reason and rationale. "Hu Han, whatever happened, you shouldn't have joined forces with them. If you continue like this, you're a sinner that turned his back on his people and country. You will be shamed in history and be cursed by our fellow Chinese. Turn back now while it's still not too late. Kill those foreigners beside you, and you're still a hero to us Chinese. Hu Han immediately spat, his face savage and furious. Pay! Jin Xingqing. I swear to fucking kill your family today. Jin Xingqing replied with a cold laugh. Stubborn till death. You'll be smeared forever in history. An automatic machine gun suddenly appeared in the dark tunnel and started firing wildly at the advancing troops of the Kingdom of God. Under that dense barrage, a number of the Kingdom of God soldiers, as well as some of the Chinese that betrayed the Greater China Alliance, were punched full of holes. The majority of the soldiers from the Kingdom of God wore strong protective vests. Even when fired at, they managed to make it behind cover. However, the Chinese traitors weren't so lucky, and many of them were killed. Many similar automatic machine guns appeared in various other tunnels, their total number at least in the hundreds. As they covered all aspects, even a mosquito would find it hard to fly safely through. Even a battalion of elites would only die if they chose to charge down these tunnels. Hu Han came in front of Halyamanda and spoke respectfully. Divine Envoy, this is one of the strongest and final defenses of the underground city. If we can break past these, we would be able to reach the places where those beasts are hiding. The machine guns are being controlled by their side, and I have no means of turning them off. Humph. Do they want to rely on just this to block me? Break them for me. Halyamanda laughed coldly as he stepped forwards, looking like an emperor as he stepped through the tunnel. He activated his second-order metal manipulation. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Within the tunnel, many of the automatic machine guns were forcibly twisted and the bullets jammed before they exploded into fragments. All it took was for Halyamanda to stroll casually and twist any of the guns that he came across. It showed his incredible strength. Too frightening. Why is he so terrifying? What the hell is he? Jin Xingqing and the rest who were hiding deep within the underground city stared at the screen and could not help but feel fear. They had seen countless enhancers and evolver, but never such a person who could forcibly destroy so many machine guns so easily. As the hundreds of automatic machine guns were destroyed one by one, Jin Xingqing's image appeared on one of the displays within the tunnels. His attitude was extremely subservient, as he used fluent English to try and negotiate. Esteemed envoy from the Kingdom of God, we're willing to surrender. Please ensure our personal property and the safety of our men. If you can do so, we will immediately deactivate all defenses and grant you control of the place. With our help, you can easily manage this area consisting of over 90,000 survivors and other resources. With the destruction of the machine guns, the safety of Jin Xingqing and the rest could not be guaranteed, and they immediately abandoned their loath and hate for the foreigners, choosing instead to surrender. Many times, history had shown that while a rare few would continue their resistance until the end in times of trouble, a vast majority were death-fearing cowards. When the Manchus invaded, many Qing officials gave up. When Japan invaded China, countless officials turned side. Even Wang Jingwei, a Chinese politician during that time, chose to be a lapdog for the Japanese. As for his command of English, Jin Xingqing had plans before to move to America to become a citizen, and hence, his English was decent. Halyamanda smiled proudly as he replied, I'm the divine envoy Halyamanda from the Kingdom of God. As long as you guys help us to control this underground city, you'll be part of us, and all your personal belongings and people will be protected by our Kingdom of God. While Halyamanda was strong and was a white supremacist, he wasn't a fool. Although their troops were truly powerful and had plenty of equipment, defeating the Greater China Alliance would not be difficult, but controlling the underground city without their assistance would definitely not be easy. Jin Xingqing was already the leader of this place, and if they worked together, the Kingdom of God could expedite the process of control over this underground city. Jin Xingqing immediately exclaimed in joy, Many thanks, Divine Envoy. Thank you. Hu Han's expression immediately turned ugly as he spoke up. Divine Envoy. This wasn't what we agreed on. Didn't we agree for me to help you control the city if you help me destroy those bastards? Hu Han was extremely clear. If Jin Xingcheng and the rest retained control, the whole bunch of traitors would be put to death. Halyamanda turned to shoot a cold glare at Hu Han. Shut up! What qualifications do you have to question my decision? You want to challenge my position? Hu Han gulped and immediately lowered his head, his eyes flashing with a venomous look. Your subordinate dare not. Although Hu Han had over 200 Chinese soldiers with him, compared to the elite of the Kingdom of God, it was truly too vast a difference, be it equipment, experience, or even body constitution. If the Kingdom of God really wanted to deal with them, it wouldn't take more than half an hour. The moment Jin Xingcheng and Halyamanda came to an agreement, a golden door was slowly opened. It's time. Yu Zhong eyed the party entering the door from afar, and leaped out, firing a rocket towards Halyamanda and his men. Ambush! Halyamanda wasn't one of the 36 divine envoys for nothing. The moment Yu Zhong had laid aim on him, he had already sensed the danger and bellowed in rage. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed as he pulled the trigger. With a flash of fire, a rocket exploded in the area. Yu Zhong threw the rocket launcher aside, and his eyes flashed with a strange glint as he swapped out 2.05 machine guns, and he began firing. Under that sudden burst of fire, 5 Kingdom of God soldiers had their heads exploded. Tian Hao, who was beside Yu Zhong, also displayed his terrifying combat ability, as he wielded the 12.7 mm heavy machine gun that Yu Zhong passed him, and fired wildly. The heavy-caliber bullets instantly pummeled the bodies of the ordinary soldiers, tearing them into pieces. You're all seeking death. At this moment, Halyamanda's enraged voice roared throughout the tunnel, and his body was instantly encased in metal. He became some sort of a 3 m tall ironclad man. The bullets that rained on him ricocheted off, leaving only white marks. Halyamanda made use of his second-order metal manipulation to cover his whole body, becoming an ironclad soldier impervious to all guns and weapons. He then raised his right hand, firing numerous steel balls at Yu Zhong and Tian Hao like some machine gun. Chapter 516 Laser Gun Designs. Chapter 516 A Laser Gun Designs. Unedited. Yu Zhong dodged to the side. Tian Hao's speed wasn't slow, but he was still struck by a few rounds, causing bloody holes in his body. He didn't possess any Type 2 mutant beast hide or similar defenses, hence his defenses were low. He could not defend against that strike. As an agility and strength type dual attribute evolver, he was efficient in his assassinations. However, he was countered by spirit type experts with defenses. Yu Zhong used a mirror to catch a glimpse of Halyamanda, before a grenade appeared in his hands and he flung it over. Halyamanda's eyes flashed with a chilly light as he fired more metal beads with his metal arm. The grenade instantly detonated in mid-air, and the ball bearings shot out in all directions, yet not injuring Halyamanda in the slightest. Yu Zhong swapped out a rocket and leaped out, firing a single round at Halyamanda. Fool! Rockets are ineffective against me. Halyamanda waved his hands as he grinned savagely, and countless metal ball bearings were fired at Yu Zhong again. The rocket immediately exploded upon impact, once again not doing any damage to Halyamanda. Strong! Yu Zhong's heart turned cold and knew that he had come across a tough opponent. The ironclad Halyamanda seemingly invulnerable, and the impact from any heavy-caliber bullets only served to blast the armor, leaving behind only faint marks. While the rockets could possibly deal damage, how would Halyamanda allow them to reach him? Amongst all his enemies, Halyamanda was truly the strongest enemy that Yu Zhong had come across. Yu Zhong's pupils narrowed and he sent out a blast of Art of Fear. Spirit attacks? It's useless too. I'm also a spirit-based evolver, and such an attack is useless against me. When Halyamanda received the attack, he shook it off and laughed coldly. He then charged towards Yuzhong threateningly, intending to pummel him. Is that so? It's too bad my ability is the perfect counter to you. You can burn for me. Yuzhong looked Halyamanda nearing him like a huge metal statue. His eyes flashed with a cold, gloating look, and he waved his hands to activate his devil flame. An intense fiery tornado blew towards the iron-clad Halyamanda. If Halyamanda came into direct contact with that fearsome devil flame, even if it could not melt his metal armor, it would cook him alive. While the devil flame was not comparable to many other defensive skills, its destruction ability was truly terrifying. Flame manipulation. Door of steel. When Halyamanda saw the fiery tornado, his face turned pale and he quickly activated his second-order steel manipulation skill again, grabbing in thin air as a number of steel beams, iron sand, iron bars and doors flew from the tunnel, forming a huge door in front of him. The flaming tornado was blocked by the door of steel, but due to the intense heat, the door began to melt, turning into a puddle of metal liquid. Just as the door had finished melting, a new door appeared in its place to defend against that tornado of fire. After the flaming tornado managed to melt through 4 such doors under Yuzhong's control, it finally lost its steam. Fuck. I can't continue like this, otherwise, I'll suffer even if I defeated that bastard. Yuzhong came to a judgment. Halyamanda was truly a terrifying opponent, as the divine envoy of steel, with his steel defense, it was tough to deal with him. Yuzhong flipped his hand and another rocket launcher appeared, as he fired a rocket at the door. With a blast, the door of steel was instantly destroyed. What do we do? Divine envoy? One of the experts of the kingdom of God immediately asked Halyamanda. He could see that Yuzhong was not weaker than their divine envoy, and was currently anxious. Halyamanda eyed Hu Han and ordered, Hu Han, bring your men and defend this location. If you're successful, when I gain control of the city, I will recommend for you to be the leader of this location. I'll hand Jin Xingqing and the rest to you then. Hu Han immediately looked at Halyamanda with an expression of respect. Yes, Divine Envoy, I'll definitely make sure no enemies of the kingdom of God will pass through. Halyamanda then turned around as he brought his men further into the underground city. Very good. Let's go. We can talk more once I've gained control of the city. When Halyamanda and the rest left, Hu Han looked at their backs and spat on the ground, his eyes flashing with a ferocious glint. Pay! You want to treat us like cannon fodder. You think we're fools? These damn foreigners, not a single one of them is worth shit. Hong! Following the loud sound of an explosion, the last door was blasted apart, and Yuzhong appeared like a specter. When Hu Han saw Yuzhong, he immediately knelt on the floor, declaring loudly, Sir! I'm Hu Han. I was one of the people in charge of the defenses of this underground city. I'm extremely familiar with the place. I'm willing to submit, let me be your subordinate. Hu Han was willing to even sell himself out to the foreigners for the sake of revenge. He had long since abandoned all thoughts of pride, backbone, and shame. He just lived for revenge. He was also intelligent and knew he was definitely not Yuzhong's match. Hence, he made the decision to bring his 200 men to submit. Yuzhong eyed him and ordered, Fine. I'm Yuzhong. From now on you're my subordinate. I appoint you to be the commanding officer of your troops. For now, take your men and follow me in. Even Tian Hao would have no difficulty wiping out Hu Han and his motley crew, hence Yuzhong wasn't afraid of any backstabbing. With someone like Hu Han who knew the way, he would be able to navigate the place easily. Yes, boss you. Hu Han glanced at his men and roared, Brothers, follow me! Yuzhong did not stop as he continued to charge forth. However, in just a few steps, the once open huge door was now closed, barring his way. A screen suddenly lit up, with Jin Xingcheng on the screen admonishing Yu Zhong with a cold look. Who are you? This is a secretive national base. It's not for someone like you. Get out. Otherwise, you'll be termed as a traitor to the government and the people. Yu Zhong eyed the screen frostily. Open the door immediately. Otherwise, I'll raze your whole family to the ground when I break in. You dare. You fucking traitor, you've let down the government, you've let down the people. You really bullshit a lot. He pulled out his gun and blasted the screen to pieces. Hack the door down. Yu Zhong handed his black-toothed blade to Tian Hao. Tian Hao received the sword, and with a loud roar of rage, he exerted his strength that was 14 times that of a normal person and immediately sliced the door open. Yu Zhong then charged through the door. Just as he made it past the door into yet another tunnel, 5 Kingdom of God soldiers suddenly darted out. They were about to make their move, when the stinger in Yu Zhong's hand already fired 5 times in rapid succession, immediately blasting the heads of the soldiers apart. Yu Zhong reached the end of the tunnel in one breath, and he was about to continue forward when his face fell, and he retreated backward hastily. Hong! Hong! The entire area had been rigged with 10 remote-controlled bombs, and the resulting explosion enveloped Yu Zhong. The soldiers of the Kingdom of God were truly elites and professionals, after all, possessing experience dealing with other experts. Such an explosion could easily dismember an agility and strength-type evolver. Only those with decent protection or special defensive skills would be able to survive. Fuck. We're finished. Should we run? Hu Han saw Yu Zhong being enveloped by the explosion, and he gulped, his expression ugly and his heart filled with regret and fear. Is he dead? A few elite soldiers from the Kingdom of God looked at the direction of the explosion and wondered. As the dust settled, Yu Zhong's white shield shone as he leaped out, charging towards the soldiers of the Kingdom of God with lightning speed. As he slashed out with his blade, those soldiers were immediately sliced apart. They never stood a chance. He didn't die. Be on guard. Ah! Yu Zhong was truly unstoppable as he darted about, killing the soldiers from the Kingdom of God. No one could stop him, and everywhere he went carnage ensued. Any soldier at a distance could still try to fire their weapons to suppress him, but the moment he got close, no one was his match. Strong. He's too scary. Hu Han saw Yu Zhong slaughtering the soldiers of the Kingdom of God like a tiger amongst lambs, and his heart was filled with excitement and a desire to do battle. He had some hope for his revenge. Within a brightly lit room, Halyamanda and 12 soldiers in silver eyed a middle-aged man who was extremely fat and had fat for brains. Laser gun designs. Hand them to me. Halyamanda looked at the pale white fat man and ordered. This middle-aged man was precisely the leader of the underground city, Jin Xingcheng. Yes, these are the designs. Jin Xingcheng handed the designs over with a toady look. Chapter 5:17 Burning Halyamanda. Chapter 5:17 Burning Halyamanda. Unedited. Halyamanda held up the laser gun's design and his eyes lit up in excitement, laughing wildly. Good! With this treasure, I'll definitely be able to raise my position amongst the divine envoys. Ha! Over at Europe, the laser gun had already been realized in their research labs, but due to various reasons, they had not been able to manufacture them. However, due to them already collected various materials, the moment they got their hands on the design, they would definitely be able to produce such a futuristic and technologically advanced weapon. When the laser guns enter mass-scale production, the combat prowess of the Kingdom of God would increase by more than 3 times. This was the might of science and research. Not even the Raven combat uniform or any defenses from Type 2 mutant beasts would be able to defend against a strike from the laser guns. Although Jin Xingcheng and his men had somehow managed to obtain the designs very early on, they didn't have the means to manufacture them. Even Yu Zhong would not have the means to do so. Since the kingdom of God possessed such a vast amount of resources, if Halyamanda's position could rise, then his resources would naturally increase as well. Just as Halyamanda was laughing, a huge gold door was blasted open as Yu Zhong strode in, and he saw the blueprints immediately. Those advanced designs must not land in those people from the kingdom of God. Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed. Such a technologically advanced design was scrap paper in the hands of ordinary people, but if the kingdom of God obtained it, they would quickly become a terrifying force with no equal. Yu Zhong sent a fistful of devil flame shooting over with a thought of his mind, intending to incinerate Halyamanda. Kill him! Halyamanda's face fell and retreated backward. He quickly activated his second-order steel manipulation again, and the surrounding walls, computers and all sorts of items crumpled unto themselves, becoming a wall of steel in front of him. At the same time, some of the metal congealed into ball bearings and shot at Yu Zhong. It was as though there was a Gatling cannon firing at Yu Zhong, with countless bullets threatening to take his life. Such a strike from Halyamanda was extremely tyrannical, and not many evolvers were able to deal with it. Since the attacks came from all sides, even Tian Hao, who was strength and agility-based, would be turned into a sieve if he were caught in it. A strange white glow enveloped Halyamanda, causing all his 6 attributes to receive a raise, and this was the skill as a paladin that he had obtained after reaching level 30. It was known as Holy Light Protection. Since his 6 attributes received a raise, his combat strength increased by twice. This was the strength of the divine envoys. Every single one of them possessed the capability to destroy an elite troop. Because of this, the kingdom of God had only sent 100 special forces soldiers, as well as Halyamanda, to take over a whole city of over 90,000 survivors. The devil flame Yu Zhong sent out caused the doors of steel to melt one by one. Any ball bearings shot at him were blocked by the white light shield surrounding him. The noises of the metal bearings ricocheting off resounded constantly. Yu Zhong eyed the puddle of metal and frowned. This bastard is really tough. What a pity, my devil flame is not yet at second order, otherwise, it would be so much easier to melt the wall of steel. Yu Zhong only had one second-order skill, Summon Dark Skull. White Bones had an astonishing combat strength, but it was because Yu Zhong himself possessed such an incredible second-order skill. While his devil flame had been enhanced to +4, compared to a second-order skill, it was still weaker. I need to kill them all. Yu Zhong's killing intent billowed out, and another hole appeared out of mid-air, as White Bones stepped out, and immediately, it slashed out at the wall of steel. Following the sharp grating sound of metal striking metal, the huge wall was cleaved in two. After splitting one steel wall, it was like an indomitable devil that continued to slash out, splitting the rest of the walls. Strong. Who is this guy? He can actually destroy my walls. Halyamanda saw how easily White Bones was splitting apart the various steel walls, and his face fell. He then formed a suit of steel again, before charging at White Bones, intending to take it out first. Each time Halyamanda cast the suit of steel or the wall of steel, it would take a huge toll on his stamina and spirit. If it wasn't for the holy light protection that raised his attributes, he would have no way of holding out for so long. The stronger the skill, the greater the expenditure of stamina and spirit. Second-order skills were terrifying, but their consumption was likewise straining on the body. If he didn't take out Yu Zhong or White Bones fast enough, Halyamanda's stamina and spirit would be depleted soon. With the suit of steel around him, he weighed a total of 2 tons. With such a weight, even an expert with over 10 times the endurance would not be able to withstand the weight. However, since the suit was formed from his usage of the skill, the weight was negligible on himself. He continued moving forwards, charging like the wind towards White Bones, launching a fist with the force of MT Tai behind it. Such a forceful punch carried over 2 tons behind it. Even an elephant would be pummeled to death. The world's boxing champion would also explode from such a force. White Bones raised its huge axe, blocking in front of it. At the same time, it shot out countless bone spikes from its body towards Halyamanda. Following some intense noises, the sharp bone spikes actually pierced through the suit of armor, but they were ultimately unable to penetrate all the way through. Halyamanda's punch caused White Bones' axe to immediately disintegrate, as White Bones itself was also sent flying into a wall. Many of its bones were broken and deformed. This fist from Halyamanda was even more ferocious than most strength type, its might overbearing and without equal. On the other side, Yuzhong carried his stinger, and fired 6 shots at an instant, as 6 of the soldiers from the Kingdom of God were killed, their heads exploding like watermelons. Yuzhong shot forward like an arrow, appearing in the midst of the remaining soldiers. His pupils narrowed as he activated his Art of Fear, and a strong spirit blast shot outwards, enveloping those soldiers. When assaulted by that intense Art of Fear, they either fainted directly or their bodies crumpled to the floor as they twitched. The crocodile tooth saw a blade in Yuzhong's hands flashed, and he sliced the defenseless soldiers into multiple pieces. Every single one of those elite soldiers was above level 40 and had similar combat strength to Yuzhong. However, because they were just ordinary enhancers who were either strength-based or agility-based, and were more susceptible to spirit-type attacks, they had no means of defending against Yuzhong's move. "Fucking monkey! I want to turn you into minced meat." Halyamanda saw all the soldiers that had followed him being killed, and roared out in rage, sending a powerful fist viciously towards Yuzhong. Yuzhong activated his shadow steps, and he dodged towards the side in a flash, evading that strike that was sure to kill. At the same time, he congealed a devil flame spear in his right hand, and he tossed it towards Halyamanda's head. Door of Steel. Halyamanda immediately cast the skill with a thought, and a huge door of steel appeared in front of him. At the same time, the multiple steel lumps from behind him was absorbed into the suit around him, replenishing the consumption required of the door. The devil flame spear struck the door and instantly burnt a hole through as it continued to shoot towards Halyamanda. Halyamanda cast the door of steel ability, again and again, forcefully blocking the devil flame spear after it penetrated 7 of the doors. Go to hell! Right as Halyamanda thought that he had blocked the devil flame spear, Yuzhong appeared behind Halyamanda like a ghost, waving his hand as he instantly cast a huge fiery tornado to envelop Halyamanda in his suit of steel. Ah! Ah! Halyamanda was trapped within the suit of armor, and as he was being burnt, he began to scream out like a pig that was being slaughtered. The suit was able to withstand all sorts of strikes, but the fire was basically cooking him. After screaming out, Halyamanda was burnt black, and the suit that weighed over 2 tons crashed to the floor. Yuzhong sliced the suit open with his crocodile tooth saw blade, retrieving the equipment as well as the laser gun design. Jin Xingcheng and the rest of the leaders exchanged looks, as they sent 2 men to make a grab for the equipment dropped by the other Kingdom of God soldiers. Only to see the flash of a blade, and the 2 of them had their arms cut. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! The 2 of them watched their dismembered hands and screamed out in horror. At this time, Tian Hao walked in, his expression icy. Jin Xingqing saw Tian Hao and he revealed an expression of joy, speaking loudly. It's you! Tian Hao! Good timing! Catch this man. As long as you capture him, I'll tell you where your sister is. Chapter 518. Ruined. Chapter 518 Ruined. Edited by. Tian Hao's face flashed with a savage look, as he immediately slashed out, slicing Jin Xingqing in 2. Jin Xingqing! You beast, your whole family are beasts. You toyed my sister to death, and still lied to me. Go to hell, scum. The 2 halves of Jin Xingqing's face revealed a look of shock and fear, as blood sprayed out from his body, while his organs came spilling out. This leader who had control over the underground city, and had oppressed countless men and women, was killed just like that by Tian Hao. Don't kill us. It was all done by Jin Xingqing. It has nothing to do with us. Tian Hao, you dared to kill him, are you crazy? Seeing Jin Xingqing split in two, the faces of those leaders immediately turned ashen and began to either curse out at Tian Hao or plead for mercy. Hu Han walked in, eyeing those leaders, and laughed out coldly. Tian Hao, these bunch of bastards are no good. Other than Zhang Qing and Ma Xiao, the rest are all a bunch of garbage. Scums. Every one of them got together to toy with a single woman, torturing them to death. As the saying went, whatever the person at the top indulged in, his subordinates would be more indulgent in them. The king of Chu had loved slim waists, thus many women in the palace actually starved to death. Whatever the leader was like, the subordinates would be much worse. Jin Xingqing was a pervert that loved to play and torture women, and thus, his subordinates were mostly like that as well. The tradition of the Chinese was always to serve the leader, and to be responsible for many things that he did. Other than the two singled out by Hu Han, the rest were always in on the activities that Jin Xingqing engaged in. I'll kill the whole lot of you assholes. The moment he thought how his sister had been humiliated and raped by these bunch of fogies, his eyes flashed with a savage glint, and he unleashed a few wild slashes onto the men. The various leaders of the underground city were killed by Tian Hao, as blood and corpses littered the entire place. The remaining Zhang Qing and Ma Xiao retreated to a corner, and they trembled as they watched the enraged Tian Hao going on a rampage. Yu Zhong eyed Tian Hao, whose eyes had gone bloodshot from his murderous rampage, and he barked coldly, "Enough! Stop! You've had your revenge, from now on, your life is mine." Yes. The moment he was barked at, Tian Hao regained his rationale and stood quietly behind Yu Zhong. His eyes regained a sort of dead look. He had not much to look forward to anymore. There was nothing left worth living for, and he was now fulfilling his promise. "Go get the security feed up for me." Yu Zhong eyed Hu Han and ordered. "Yes, boss you." Hu Han replied respectfully and turned to give an order to his men, "Go get the feed for boss you." A few men immediately brought in the security monitors, only to see that outside of Yang County, the Thousand Hero Alliance had already vanquished the forces of the Snow Palace and the Greater China Alliance. The female warriors of the Snow Palace, as well as the soldiers from the Greater China Alliance, were all running, and the death toll was still climbing. In the skies, 7 of the 12 Eurocopters had been destroyed, leaving 5. Those 5 Eurocopters had terrifying might, but some of the higher-level enhancers had means to destroy them. Yu Zhong could also transform his Devil Flame into a Devil Flame Spear to immediately destroy such a helicopter. Of course, it would require stamina and spirit. Without appropriate weapons, it was tough to deal with such airborne advanced weaponry. Yu Zhong immediately ordered, "Get me means to contact Guining City." There were various radio communications within this underground city. Yes. Hu Han immediately set off to relay the order. The communication channel was quickly established, and Yu Zhong immediately gave on order, "This is Yu Zhong. My current position is in Yang County. My commands are to deploy the 1st Armored Battalion, the 2nd Battalion, and the 3rd Battalion to move out now. Provide assistance over at Yang County. Who is to take command of the operation?" "Yes, leader." From the other side, Wei Ningguo's voice sounded. Wei Ningguo was extremely loyal to Yu Zhong, and while his strength was average, he had the experience and was loyal. Hence when Yu Zhong left, he had placed Wei Ningguo in charge. Yu Zhong then turned to Tian Hao and Hu Han, ordering, "Tian Hao, work together with Hu Han to control this underground city. Hu Han, go transport the 12 helicopters outside back in. Capture the pilots as well." Hu Han had just defected to him, and Yu Zhong couldn't afford to place his trust in him yet. He needed to assign Wei Ningguo beside this Hu Han before he could rest his mind. Yes. Hu Han and Tian Hao replied with respect. Hu Han saw how easily Yu Zhong had ordered the deployment of a huge army, and the little strange hopes he had were dashed. He dared not entertain any nonsensical thought. Yu Zhong was terrifyingly strong, and once his army was here, if Hu Han dared to mobilize his troops to rebel, they would only face death. From the various scenes that he witnessed today, he knew Yu Zhong was not some merciful leader. If he really dared to rebel, he would suffer terribly. Tian Hao, go send someone to get Xuening and the rest, and bring them over here. Since the Thousand Hero Alliance had done in the Greater China Alliance and the Snow Palace, they would definitely storm through Yang County, and it meant that the buildings at the surface weren't safe anymore. Tian Hao, yes. After making his preparations, Yu Zhong retrieved his swift shadow bike, before he hopped on it and charged out. Since the situation was grim, he wanted to quickly take care of the Eurocopters in the sky. The Eurocopters possessed a terrifying presence on the battlefield, exceeding even those experts above level 60. Yu Zhong had to destroy them, otherwise, his elite troops would suffer a huge loss. Yu Zhong charged out the long tunnels of the underground city, only to discover that the whole Yang County was in chaos. A large number of rioters were engaging in arson, killing and raping. It was like a scene straight out of hell. Regardless of the place or time, as long as there was unrest, there would be such happenings. It was because of this that governments before the apocalypse would emphasize on stability and security. Yu Zhong had seen such chaos each time an establishment was facing a critical situation. At this time, Yu Zhong didn't have his troops, and it was hard to deal with such a situation on his own. Get to the underground city beneath the Green Garden. Rioters will be put to death. Yu Zhong readied his 05 machine guns and killed some of the outlaws as he ran about shouting. Hearing his voice, the survivors who were running around cluelessly began to make their way towards the Green Garden, forming a steady stream of humans. There were 20,000 survivors in Yang County and 90,000 survivors in the underground city. In truth, as the underground city was vast, it could accommodate at least 200,000 people. However, in order to ensure the resources and living conditions, and with the requirement of Yang County still running to provide the support for the underground city, not every survivor had the qualifications to live in the underground city. Yu Zhong had just reached the entrance of Yang County when he saw countless soldiers running towards him, their guns long abandoned. Over 1,000 scattered soldiers squeezed through the entrance, trampling over one another. In order to have a shot at survival, many even chose to open fire on their own comrade. Fuck off! Fuck off! Don't block your father's way, otherwise I'll execute you! A commander was leading 20 other soldiers to run towards Yu Zhong, and he bellowed loudly, raising his gun at the same time. Yu Zhong immediately shot forward, slapping his gun away, and using his own stinger to point at the commander's head. He spoke coldly. I'm Yu Zhong, you are my captive now, report your name, soldier. Otherwise, I'll execute you directly. The commander broke out in cold sweat and replied, I'm called Chang Jiang, the captain of the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Company of the Greater China Alliance Forces. I'm willing to surrender. Chang Jing wasn't some stubborn mule, and chose to surrender to preserve his life. He was a man who had experienced much, and he could tell Yu Zhong's strength wasn't something that he could handle. Yu Zhong ordered solemnly, take your men and go collect all the scattered troops. Execute those who resist. Yes. Under Yu Zhong's orders, Chang Jiang decided to toughen his skin and headed off in the directions of the soldiers. At this moment, the soldiers were like a bunch of dragons without a leader. The moment Chang Jiang came over to command them, they began to settle down. The helicopters are here. A sudden shout of fear resounded, and the people gathered at the entrance were plunged into chaos. For the sake of survival, Many of the soldiers began to use all sorts of means to attack their former comrades. "Go to hell, you monkeys!" An assault helicopter piloted by a Kingdom of God soldier eyed the soldiers at the entrance of the city, and a savage glint flashed in his eyes as he began to pull the trigger. A line of fire sprayed out from the machine guns by the sides of the Eurocopter, killing many of the soldiers gathered at the entrance. They fell like dumplings into the moat. "Ha ha ha ha!" The pilot watched the scattered soldiers being killed and laughed sadistically. War could turn a person like that. At this time, Yu Zhong leaped up the wall and formed a devil flame spear before throwing with all his strength. It turned into a flash of light and pierced through the Eurocopter before exploding. The Eurocopter combusted in a ball of flames, killing the 2 pilots within. The Eurocopter started to descend in a ball of flame before crashing explosively on the ground. Chapter 5:19 Chaotic Battle. Chapter 5:19 Chaotic Battle. Unedited. Strong. Seeing how easily Yu Zhong had destroyed the assault helicopter in the air, every single soldier from the Greater China Alliance on the site had this thought on their mind. Many of the scattered soldiers began to swarm towards his location. After all, during times of uncertainty, only by gathering around someone strong would they have a sense of security. All of a sudden, a huge ice pick shot from some location below, piercing another helicopter. The extreme freezing temperature caused the pilots to be frozen rock solid. Without anyone to control, the helicopter began to descend and crash into the ground, turning into scrap metal. A sniper bullet packed with the enhanced bullet skill suddenly pierced the hull of one more helicopter, and the resulting explosion immediately consumed the pilots, as the flaming ball also plunged quickly towards the ground. In a matter of minutes, 3 helicopters were struck down. It was unclear as to the orders that the remaining helicopters received, but they quickly turned and fled the battlefield. These 12 Eurocopters had devastated the Snow Palace and the Greater China Alliance. At the same time, they killed many enhancers and experts. However, their own expenditure was high. The moment they received the orders to withdraw, the remaining 2 Eurocopters turned and left without delay. Yu Zhong eyed the leaving helicopters and heaved a sigh of relief. He had expended a huge amount of stamina and spirit in the underground city. If he were to continue using his skills without restraint, he would likely fall on the battlefield. Suddenly, a deadly sense of crisis welled up in his mind. He activated his shadow steps and leaped a huge distance away. Hong! Hong! Following 2 earth-shaking sounds of explosions caused by rockets, the area Yu Zhong was in was blasted, dust covering the area. No! Would he fall just like that? He can't just die like that, right? Chang Jiang and the rest of the soldiers that had submitted to Yu Zhong looked towards the direction in nervousness, their gazes filled with despair and complicated looks. No one would be able to survive such a blast, even for high-level experts. As the dust cleared, there was a dim white light that was slightly visible. Yu Zhong retracted it and jumped out from the blast zone. Leader is invincible! Long live Boss Yu! Seeing him jump out from the debris unharmed, all the soldiers roared out in triumph. To them, someone who could escape unscathed from such an explosion was basically invincible. Such a person was their leader, and it boosted their morale a lot. That was close. If I didn't have the white light shield, I would have been heavily injured. He leaped out and felt a sense of terror at the close shave he had. Without the protection, he would definitely not have escaped unscathed. Even though he had leaped to the side when he first felt the danger, the area of impact had been huge. Even he had been unable to get out of the impact zone in time with his speed. With his single strike that destroyed the fearsome assault helicopter, as well as having escaped from the terrifying blast, Yu Zhong became like an invincible existence in the hearts of the soldiers. Many were attracted and moved by his charisma, and he began to collect the scattered soldiers easily. However, the scattered soldiers were after all beaten before. Of the 300 soldiers, they had about 100 rifles and 2,000 rounds of ammunition. At the same time, their morale was low. "O Changjiang, take your men and continue to gather the soldiers. I'll go destroy the 1,000 Hero Alliance's artillery." Yuzhong barked out an order. The heavy artillery of the 1,000 Hero Alliance was too much of a threat to Yang County. With the bombardment, it would be like shattering the earth, and everything in the area of impact would be destroyed. The soldiers of the Greater China Alliance were not elite soldiers comparable to those soldiers of the past during the founding eras. They were just a bunch of people that had guns. If he allowed the 1,000 Hero Alliance to continue their onslaught, the low morale of the soldiers would most likely collapse. O Changjiang looked at Yu Zhong and answered with a hot-blooded shout. "Yes, sir, leader. I swear to defend this place, and I promise you as long as I'm alive, the city will stand." O Changjiang's desire to become strong was reignited when he saw Yu Zhong's performance. He used to be ambitious and had been an officer before the apocalypse. However, his superior had been frightened off by the Eurocopters and fled. He could only bring his men and brothers to escape as well. Following Yu Zhong, he seemed to have regained his courage and hot-bloodedness. China had never lacked strong-willed and ambitious soldiers, but what was lacking was the presence of a strong and capable leader. At the start of each era or dynasty, when the leaders were not greedy, nor did they fear death, the soldiers were the toughest and elite of their generation. Even during times of war where they were lacking in weapons or advanced equipment, the soldiers of China relied on their willpower and spirit to overcome all sorts of obstacles, carving a position for themselves. O Changjiang proceeded to gather the soldiers, directing them to various strategic locations, reclaiming their defenses and transport channels. Yu Zhong leaped off the city wall, charging towards the artillery of the 1,000 Hero Alliance with white bones. By now, most of the Greater China Alliance troops were scattered, and a battalion of the 1,000 Hero Alliance soldiers were charging at them, capturing them or executing them. Ah, there are still people like that. What Yu Zhong was looking at was a company of soldiers fighting it out with the 1,000 Hero Alliance soldiers, impeding their advance. The company was down to half their original numbers, but they were extremely valiant, not fearing death. Even the 1,000 Hero Alliance soldiers seemed to be suffering more than them. It was precisely because of this group of elites that the soldiers of the Greater China Alliance dared go out to fight. However, most of the remaining soldiers were too weak, and the assault helicopters had been too fearsome, causing their collapse. This is an elite squad. They could be compared to those under me as well. If I can convince them, I would gain a powerful team. Yu Zhong eyed them with interest and decided to make his way over. Although this company had been battered, their backbones and willpower were still strong, as long as new recruits were injected into their team, and after some time of training, coupled with a few more battles, Yu Zhong would then obtain another elite company of soldiers, or maybe even an entire battalion. One of the burly soldiers who had one of his ears blown off saw Yu Zhong and hollered in alarm. "Fuck! Another one! Brothers, time to kill those bastards that collude with the foreigners!" A dense barrage of bullets rained towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong evaded the bullets and called out, "Stop shooting! I'm your ally, Yu Zhong. I'm on my way to destroy the artillery of the 1,000 Hero Alliance. You guys can go and confirm with O Changjiang. I hope that we can continue to fight side by side after today." After that, Yu Zhong turned towards the direction of the 1,000 Hero Alliance and charged over. The elite troops were too wary, and he had no way of convincing them in a short time. He would rather deal with the 1,000 Hero Alliance first before continuing their discussion. One of the commanders looked at Yu Zhong's back and frowned, an uneasy feeling in his heart. Yu Zhong? The leader of Guining City, Yu Zhong? What is he doing here? When Yu Zhong was on his way, a number of 1,000 Hero Alliance soldiers made their way to attack him. Shooting forwards like an arrow, Yu Zhong suddenly appeared among the soldiers and slashed out coolly with his sword, and the soldiers were all dismembered. Yu Zhong and White Bones charged into the territory of the Thousand Hero Alliance, slaughtering like death gods. Everywhere they went there would be blood and carnage, and no one could withstand an attack from them. Within 10 minutes, over 100,000 Hero Alliance soldiers had died at their hands, and the remaining soldiers decided to run for their lives. When the other soldiers saw them from afar, their hearts were filled with dread and didn't dare launch an assault for fear of Yu Zhong retaliating and killing them. Yu Zhong and White Bones quickly slaughtered their way through the forces of the Thousand Hero Alliance and made their way to the artillery. When Yu Zhong came to the grounds, he noticed that the entire area was deathly quiet, and the temperature had plunged. He noticed an incredibly beautiful and attractive woman with a sexy figure standing by herself. This was, of course, Shangguan Bingshui. "Who's that? What a beautiful woman!" When Yu Zhong saw her, his eyes lit up. Just based on her demeanor and figure, she was definitely the most beautiful woman he had come across. Chen Yao, Ji Qin Wu, Guiyu, Zhui Yitong, Xian Jiaro, Ningyu Xian and the rest had their own charms and exquisite looks that could topple countries, but even then, they could not be compared with this icy beauty in front of him. Of course, it was just a slight disparity in comparison, they were still beautiful. However, this lady in front of him was truly exceptional. Amidst the area, all the artillery soldiers had been frozen rock solid, and the two self-propelled rocket launchers had become two huge ice lumps. Only Shangguan Bingshui stood by herself among the icy area and ice sculptures like a fairy. She had also seen Yu Zhong and White Bones coming over, and her eyes flashed with an icy killing intent as her gaze landed on Yu Zhong. Chapter 520. The situation is reversed. Chapter 520. The situation is reversed. Unedited. Both parties exchanged glances before Shangguan Bingshui turned to leave for the distance. Her condition wasn't good, having been through an intense bout of battles, and she had no confidence in dealing with Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong saw that Shangguan Bingshui was retreating, and he did not chase after her, instead, turning to face the incoming troop of soldiers from the Thousand Hero Alliance. "Kill him!" One captain saw Yu Zhong and shouted loudly. Countless bullets flew towards Yu Zhong and White Bones. Yu Zhong exploded out with all his speed, turning into a flash. Ordinary people could not catch up with his movement. On the other side, White Bones was almost impervious to all sorts of attacks from the guns and bullet. Both of them charged into the midst of the elites of the Thousand Hero Alliance, and their blades flashed, as well as bone spikes piercing, causing large amount of blood to be splattered everywhere. Most of the soldiers were taken down almost instantly. "Monster! Monster! Don't kill me! I don't want to die! Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Within 10 minutes, the half of the squad of elites were already killed, causing the rest to break down, and they tried to run with their lives. Facing Yu Zhong and White Bones, who were seemingly unkillable existences, even elite soldiers would crumble. By this time, the bulk of the forces of the Thousand Hero Alliance were trying to chase down the Greater China Alliance and Snow Palace soldiers, hence, they could only afford to send one company after another towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong had embarked on a killing spree and his eyes were red, giving him a look of a bloodthirsty devil. Each time he swung his blade, a number of soldiers would fall. The carnage unleashed by him and White Bones was devastating. As each company came up only to be sent to heaven, the entire battlefield was soon littered with the corpses of the soldiers of the Thousand Hero Alliance. Strong! How come there's such a crazy person? One of the elite captains of the Greater China Alliance, the one with only one ear left, Yun Zigu, looked at the scene and exclaimed in shock. Yun Zigu saw how easily Yu Zhong was destroying the forces of the Thousand Hero Alliances, and he hollered, "Charge! Charge! Follow me and charge!" The elite squad from the Greater China Alliance led by Yun Zigu immediately launched into an assault towards the Thousand Hero Alliance, causing some of the troops to immediately throw down their weapons and run. The Thousand Hero Alliance was after all a small-time force, and were just made up of civilians previously. There were indeed soldiers who could fight among the troops, but most of them were made up of an inexperienced bunch. By now, the Thousand Hero Alliance found its external forces being exterminated one after the other, and those who could run had run off. Their morale was reaching an all-time low, and many of the backup troops were being slaughtered by Yu Zhong and White Bones, causing the outlook to be bleak. Yun Zigu took the opportunity to begin battering on the soldiers. As for the female warriors of the Snow Palace, there were only a few hundred left that had gathered together after a large number of their comrades had been killed and captured. They saw the chance as well and began to unleash their retaliation fiercely. There was also a mysterious sniper that was picking off the experts of the Thousand Hero Alliance from somewhere without stopping, blasting their head. With the counterattack on so many fronts, the Thousand Hero Alliance was truly beginning to suffer, and most of the soldiers either ran or surrendered. Some chose to fight to the death, but couldn't do much before they died. The huge faction was beginning to crumble. How did it become like this? How? Within a command center, Zhu Xiongba watched his troops collapsing, and his face turned pale, as he gritted his teeth and bellowed in anger. He roared out, "Shit! Where's the reinforcement from the kingdom of God? Where are the troops they promised? Why aren't they here? A bunch of bastards that can't be trusted." Zhu Xiongba did not know that the troops he was awaiting had already been destroyed by Yu Zhong, and the underground city had long since fallen into Yu Zhong's hands. "Boss! What do we do now?" One of his trusted aides came over to ask Zhu Xiongba carefully. Zhu Xiongba looked at his crumbling troops, and he knew that the situation had already spiraled out of control. He made his decision: retreat! Now that it's unfavorable, we have to retreat now. Convey my orders. Everyone is to retreat. Soon, Zhu Xiongba led 200 experts as they left the place, making their way towards their old location. As long as his core troops and experts were with him, he could establish another faction again. It was incredibly tough to obtain an entire regiment of 10,000 experts. However, it was relatively easy to pull together a 10,000-strong force. It was a common tactic used by many to expand their might. However, such a method would usually result in a motley crew, and they could at most be used to intimidate the moment they lost, they would collapse. After Zhu Xiongba gave the order, most of the soldiers of the Thousand Hero Alliance began to throw down their weapons and surrendered. A large number were unwilling to surrender to the Snow Palace, as no men wanted to become slaves to the Snow Palace. This was the disadvantage of having a widely known discriminatory policy. Changjiang brought his men to assist Yu Zhong in capturing the surrendering troops, and pretty soon, there were 3 large factions outside of Yang County. Yun Zigu and his forces managed to gather over 300 soldiers, and capturing 1,000 soldiers of the Thousand Hero Alliance. Yu Zhong gathered 700 overmen, while his captives numbered the highest at 5,000 plus. Amongst his captives, there were Thousand Hero Alliance soldiers as well as Snow Palace male survivors. Some were even the female warriors of the Snow Palace. Shangguan Bing Shui had rescued over 500 female Snow Palace soldiers, and captured 200 male survivors. Yu Zhong looked over at Yun Zigu and beckoned over. "Yun Zigu, become my subordinate and work for me." Yun Zigu was a hardy general that could fight, and he had a troop of elites under him. If they were absorbed into Yu Zhong's forces, Yu Zhong could gain another capable general. Yun Zigu hesitated before asking, "Yu Zhong, if I follow you, what will become of my brothers?" Yu Zhong chuckled and promised, "As long as you choose to follow me, your brothers are still considered your troops. You can immediately be drafted as a battalion of your own, and you'll be the commander." Yun Ziji's eyes flashed with a look of joy and he saluted. Many thanks, leader. I'm willing to serve. Guining City's tyrant Yu Zhong. This name was widely known amongst the people of the Greater China Alliance. Some spoke well of him, others viewed him negatively, but almost everyone could agree that Yu Zhong was truly extremely capable and a charismatic leader. Guining City had already established some form of order, and the people within had resumed their lives similar to prior to the apocalypse. Compared to before the apocalypse, their quality of life might not be as good, but compared to Yang County, life in Guining City was almost heaven. Over at Yang County, the survivors were like dogs, and the ones on top lived at the expense of the ones below. For just one bread, women were willing to sell their bodies. For the sake of a packet of noodles, even friends could attack one another. In the underground city, there were over a few 10,000s of tons of food. However, Jin Xingqing and the rest hoarded them like they were their own possessions, and were not willing to share them with the other survivors. That was why there was a famine. In this apocalypse, other than facing zombies, mutant beasts and the harsh weather conditions, a terrifying enemy was the shortage of food. As no food could be grown in the current conditions, it resulted in an anxiety in almost all the leaders of their own factions. Yu Zhong could relax only because he obtained the treasure of the grain tree. If he didn't have it, he would also be constantly worried about the food problem. Shangguan Bingshui looked at Yu Zhong and spoke coldly. Hand over my snow palace people, I'll leave immediately. Yu Zhong replied directly. Not an issue, but I want all the men from your snow palace. There was no use for the female soldiers because they wouldn't serve him wholeheartedly. Fine. Shangguan Bingshui replied coldly. In her eyes, a single woman was more important than 10 men. Release them. After they exchanged their captives, under the command of Shangguan Bingshui, the Snow Palace forces quickly left. They had no more left in them to continue the assault on Yang County, and there would only be deaths if they insisted on continuing. Yu Zhong quickly returned to Yang County to establish some form of order. With the gathered troops, Yu Zhong managed to bring the chaos and confusion under control. At the same time, under his orders, Yang County regained its stability. This was his first step in assuming control over this place with 110,000 survivors. Leader. The 1st Armored Battalion reports. 2 hours later, Hui came up. His fierce aura mixed with some military bearing radiated out as he stepped forward to salute Yu Zhong. After 2 months of tough training, this brother of Yu Zhong, Hui, had finally undergone some change, the hoodlum in him being washed away. He was now an incredibly valiant and capable commander. A number of tanks, IFVs and self-propelling rocket launchers, cannons and trucks rolled into Yang County. The fleet of advanced weaponry caused the survivors to stare in shock, their mouths agape. When O Chang Jiang saw the fleet rolling into Yang County, his expression was one of shock. What strength! Such advanced equipment! Just this one battalion is enough to wipe out the Greater China Alliance. Fortunately, I submitted early. Hui's armored battalion had truly transformed. Counting just the tanks, there were 24 of them. Such an armored battalion was truly terrifying, almost invincible. If the forces of the Greater China Alliance were to clash with Yu Zhong, just this armored battalion alone was enough to cause them to crumble almost instantly. Chapter 521. Fleeing from Might. Chapter 521. O Fleeing from Might. Unedited. Yun Zigu looked at the armored battalion and their equipment, his eyes filled with envy and passion. Their equipment is really top-notch. If only my troops have the same equipment. Decent equipment could alleviate the strength of an entire troop. It was just like how a group of soldiers wielding knives and bats would never be able to best a troop with planes and cannons. Xuanning looked at the valiant armored battalion and could not help but sigh with praise. So powerful! Is this your army? Boss Yu, you truly are awesome. The first battalion of soldiers were Yu Zhong's blade and trump card, many of them being enhancers above level 20. Any one such warrior could easily become the trump card of a small-time faction in any of the surrounding areas, and any one of them could easily raise a faction to the ground. Yu Zhong chuckled and eyed Hu Yi with a look of satisfaction. "Does your first battalion have the energy to fight?" Hu Yi immediately replied loudly, "Yes. The first battalion will definitely carry out leader's orders, to wipe out the enemy." "Good." Yu Zhong revealed a slight smile, before calling for Lu Xiaocha and asked, "What's the weather like for today and tomorrow?" The weather was a critical factor in any operations now. If there was an unexpected snowstorm, the entire troop could be eradicated. Yu Zhong had just suffered one such blow recently, and since he had the means of predicting the weather, he wanted to be sure. Lu Xiaocha squinted her eyes towards the skies and activated her skill, before replying swiftly, "The skies will be clear for the next 24 hours. Yu Zhong then turned to Hu Yi and ordered, "Good. Convey my orders. The 1st Battalion is to launch an assault on the base of the Thousand Hero Alliance at Lao Chao Ji County." By now, the Thousand Hero Alliance had just been defeated and were at their weakest. Hu Yi's armored battalion had also made its appearance and was absolutely capable of taking them down. "Yes, we will fulfill your commands." Hu Yi saluted Yu Zhong before turning around and heading off with excitement and burning emotions. He wanted to establish the might of the armored forces, and to show that he was not just Yu Zhong's close brother, but was also a capable leader and commander. Only by earning enough merit, then people will stop talking behind his back. Furthermore, it was the crumbling of the previous society norms and laws, and where new factions were coming to power. If he continued to amass military credit, Hu Yi would be able to help bring Yu Zhong's faction up another notch. Zhu Xiongba led his men all the way back to Lao Chaoji County, before they heaved a sigh of relief. When they returned to the county, Zhu Xiongba immediately returned to his villa and grabbed a woman, as he began to pound her violently, venting his frustrations and dissatisfaction from his failure. "Boss! Not good." Yu Zhong had sent his troops over. Just as Zhu Xiongba was in the middle of violating the woman, one of his trusted aides rushed into his house and shouted out in dismay. Zhu Xiongba threw the woman one side, and he stood up, his face in disbelief. "What? Yu Zhong is on his way here? How is this possible? Even he would have to take a few days to gather his forces. How is he so fast?" The face of the trusted aide was extremely pale as he stammered, "It's true! Many tanks. So many cannons. Useless trash!" Zhu Xiongba roared out angrily and donned on some clothes before he charged out. Zhu Xiongba quickly came to a high ground, where the various officials were gathered. Many of them were currently gazing out into the distance, their faces pale white with fright. "Give it to me." Zhu Xiongba felt a bad feeling and grabbed the binoculars from his subordinate, raising it to look at the distance. He discovered many tanks rolling towards their location in a formation, and this armored division was something the Thousand Hero Alliance would not be able to fight even at its best conditions, not to mention when they had just suffered a terrible loss earlier. Their morale was low and they even lost many soldiers. Zhu Xiongba eyed the fleet of metal beats and gritted his teeth, spitting out with an ashen expression, "Fucking bastard! It's Yu Zhong! It's that tyrant!" Within this region, it was only possible for Yu Zhong to possess such might. Only he could deploy such an arsenal at short notice. The rest of the smaller factions around would count themselves lucky if they even had an IFV. Even if they had tanks, many of them lacked the manpower to operate them. One of the officials asked with a terrified expression, "What do we do, boss?" Zhu Xiongba's expression was unsightly. "What else can we do? Hurry and escape. Bring the men and leave immediately. We have to forego this place. Let's go get another location." Abandoning this location which he painstakingly built up himself, was a huge blow to Zhu Xiongba. However, he had no choice. His men were not a match for Hu Yi's elite armored battalion, and the difference in strength between both sides was as clear as heaven and earth. One of the higher officials hesitated before suggesting, "Boss, why don't we surrender to Yu Zhong? Based on our strength, he would definitely not mistreat us." Many of them were stirred when they heard that if they had to leave old Chaoji County, they would have to lead uncertain lives again. Every day would be a struggle to search for food, and they would also have to face zombies and mutant beasts as well. They wanted secure and comfortable lives. "You want to betray me? You can go to hell." Zhu Xiongba's eyes flashed with a vicious light and he slashed out with his blade, chopping the miserable official in two. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, including on Zhu Xiongba, giving him a devil-like appearance. Zhu Xiongba stared coldly at the rest of his subordinates. "Yu Zhong is not Buddha. He's well known to be a tyrant. For the sake of controlling this county, he would definitely wipe you guys out. Furthermore, none of you are innocent. All of you have the blood of countless lives on your hands. Even if you submit to him, he will banish you guys to the Scum Battalion. Come with me. Leave this place, and we have the chance to start over somewhere else. In the future, we'll fight back and reclaim what belongs to us." "Yes, boss. We'll come with you." "I'll come with you." Under Zhu Xiongba's threats, the rest of the officials cried out, although somewhat unwillingly. "Let's go." Zhu Xiongba did not waste his breath and immediately brought his men out of the county. "What? Zhu Xiongba fled? Damn bastard, what a coward!" Hui wanted to engage in a hearty battle, and when he received this news, he felt a little depressed and disappointed. One of the intelligence officers asked, "Commander, do we chase after them?" Hui shook his head. "No. A dog will jump over a wall when cornered. Their strength is not considered weak. They have a few high-level evolvers. If we sent too little troops, they might retaliate. If we send more, they can't chase up as well. Our current mission is to secure and control Ji County." Hui wanted very much to chase after the remnants of Zhu Xiongba's forces, but he knew clearly how hard it was to deal with high-level evolvers. In comparison, Yu Zhong's orders of controlling the town were more important. Once they lost this Ji County, Zhu Xiongba and the rest would find it hard to rise again. When Hu Yi's armored battalion entered Ji County, they immediately suppressed the outlaws who had made use of the opportunity to engage in troublemaking. They also brought the situation under control. They were followed by the 2nd and 3rd Battalion that were dispatched from Yang County as well, and like this, Yang County and Ji County both came under Yu Zhong's control. After gaining these two counties, Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief and came to a jail cell. "Leader." One of the interrogators called Li Tsong immediately saluted when he saw Yu Zhong. "Have they said anything?" Yu Zhong asked Li Kong. Li Tsong handed a document to Yu Zhong. "They've revealed plenty. These are the details they've spat out." Yu Zhong opened the document and took a careful look. The elite troops of the Kingdom of God were split into many layers. The soldiers in black uniforms were the lowest rank. As for the ones in silver, they were called adjudicators. Every one of them was enhancers of at least level 20 and above. The next ranking was a force of judges, and these were enhancers of level 30 and above. Beyond that, they had the envoys in waiting. These envoys in waiting, or secondary envoys, must be evolvers. At the same time, they had to be at least level 40. If either of these two conditions was not met, then there was no way to rise to that rank. Above the secondary envoys were the divine envoys, and the highest ranks were the 12 apostles secondary only to God. The 12 futuristics helicopters were called Thunder Fighters and were the latest helicopters manufactured by the Kingdom of God. They used technology only available after the onset of the apocalypse. Their endurance, combat strength, weight, and defenses were all 3 times that of a Eurocopter. After initial tests, they found out that even 14.5 mm bullets could not penetrate the hull of these helicopters, and only 20 mm cannons could possibly cause a dent in the armor. There was no way they could explode, though. With these Thunder fighters as their edge, they were swiftly replacing their Eurocopters. However, the current mode of transport and aerial combat was still the Eurocopter. This was because they were available from even before the apocalypse. As for the new Thunder fighters, there was a huge requirement of manpower and resources. The Thunder fighters were only used by those divine envoys or apostles. They were specialized for all sorts of combat, and could easily annihilate a small faction just to obtain their technology or blueprint. When Yu Zhong read up to here, his heart became heavy. The apocalypse had only begun for a year, yet the kingdom of God had already reached the point of developing their own advanced technology, causing a huge gap between others and themselves. If they continued to develop like this, their technologies would far surpass any other powers, and they could easily dominate the entire globe. Chapter 522 Opportunity. Chapter 522 Opportunity. Unedited. The capitals. If only I can get them under my control. Yu Zhong sighed in his heart with some bitterness. There were 2 blueprints in Yu Zhong's hands. One was the nucleus energy converter diagram, the other the laser gun design. If he could start manufacturing the items from these 2 blueprints, the might of his factions would grow by leaps and bounds. However, the technology over at Guangxi region was seriously lacking. It could not match with the capitals, and even if he wanted to get started on the manufacturing of the items, he could not. Based on the current rate of advance of technology, it would take at least another 15 years for there to be the slightest hope of developing the laser guns. However, after destroying the Greater China Alliance and Thousand Hero Alliance, Yu Zhong had gained some decent rewards. Outside of the 170,000 survivors, he had gained a powerful underground city with its own defense systems both under and above ground. The underground city was spacious, with various tunnels, and it could easily accommodate 300,000 survivors. There were even small factories inside, and given enough manpower and materials, they could produce 80,000 rounds of ammunition each month. Inside these factories there was 8 months' worth of materials. That was to say that they could produce about 800,000 rounds of ammunition. Star. Leader. There are signs of strange movements from the zombie hordes over at Binqi City and Yanzhou region. The majority had been blown and scattered by the snowstorm. Please relay your instructions on our next move. Right as Yu Zhong was preparing to consolidate and reallocate the forces of the Greater China Alliance and Thousand Hero Alliance, Wei Ninghua suddenly came up to Yu Zhong and reported excitedly. What? Bring me the pictures. Yu Zhong's eyes brightened up. Yes. Soon a number of pictures were transmitted over at the underground city. The photographs showed Binqi City and Yanzhou, both that were crowded with zombies previously, were now largely free by more than half. When Yu Zhong took over Guining City, he had a few unmanned drones that could be used, and they were precisely sent to investigate the situations over at Binqi City and Yanzhou City. Yu Zhong swiftly passed his next order. Good. Good. Relay my next orders. Deploy Lang Sun City's 2nd and 3rd Battalion. Guining City's 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and the Scum Battalion to gather at Yang County. Initially, the number of zombies over at the 2 cities had numbered over 5 million, and a horde of this size deterred Yu Zhong from making a frontal assault, as it would spell casualties of unknown proportions. However, the sudden snowstorm that blew over had caused a large number of them to be scattered, and this was a huge opportunity for Yu Zhong. He could easily take control of 2 cities at one go. If it hadn't been for that snowstorm, then Yu Zhong would have to take slow and painstaking steps to nibble at the hordes. Yes, Wei Ningguo replied excitedly. Under Yu Zhong's orders, his troops began to move in the direction of Yang County. Countless firearms, ammunitions, rations were all being transported towards Yang County. Other than the large trucks, there were survivors also pushing their handmade carts, helping to transport rations and uniforms as well as other equipment and logistics. Among Yu Zhong's establishments, he had plenty of vehicles, but fuel was too precious in comparison, manpower was cheaper and much more abundant. Hence, the support and logistics divisions were made up of survivors. If he had the resources, Yu Zhong would make use of vehicles and trucks to transport them over. However, it was a matter of being prudent now. This upcoming battle was vital to the future of the entire Guangxi region. If Yu Zhong could not take down Yanzhou City, then the lack of ammunition would spell the demise of Guining City should there be a large-scale horde attack. The moment Guining City falls, it would be incredibly difficult for Yu Zhong to take on the Kingdom of God. Therefore, this was a battle he could not afford to lose. When the 6th Battalion of Guining City arrived, Yu Zhong handed the defenses to them, while he brought the 2nd and 3rd Battalion, as well as the 1st Battalion of Yang County that he had just reorganized 2 days prior towards the direction of Ji County. He had to make use of this window when the numbers of zombies were still manageable at Binqi City and Yanzhou City to quickly control them. The zombies might be blown away, but not necessarily dead. As long as they were still alive, they could gather again. The moment he gained control over these 2 cities, his strength would not only go through an earth-shattering change, but his factions would also increase in might. After today, with enough resources, he would be able to churn out ammunition as well, and it would be one less problem on his mind. Furthermore, once he gained the factories in Yanzhou City, his establishments would truly be considered to have some decent military support. The small factories in the Yang County's underground city or Langsun City could not compare with the large-scale industries over at Yanzhou City. With a decent military power enterprise, he could produce better weapons. Otherwise, the designs he had were just scrap paper. Yu Zhong quickly brought his troops and made for Binqi City like a sharp sword, with Hu Yi leading the 1st Armored Battalion. When they arrived there, the first 500,000 zombies they saw were mostly made up of L1S, S1S, L2S and S2S. These evolved zombies made their way towards the Armored Battalion. The majority of those zombies blown away were mostly the low-level ordinary zombies, and some other evolved ones. However, the bulk that remained were the evolved type. Fire the cannons! Fire the cannons! Facing the 500,000-strong horde, Hui called out his commands in excitement. A number of the tanks unleashed their powerful projectiles, blasting patches of evolved zombies into pieces. As for the machine gun-mounted vehicles surrounding the tanks, they began firing rapidly as well. A terrifying hail of bullets covered a large number of zombies, causing them to fall on the ground. Yu Zhong personally led the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion to guard the Armored Battalion. The command of the operation had been handed to Zhang Shuiwang, Zheng Minghe and other intelligence officers. Zhang Shuiwang had been trained in the military before the apocalypse, and being by Du Mingshan's side they had gone through a few large-scale battles as well. He had a better understanding of commanding troops than compared to Yu Zhong, who was half-baked and not as experienced. When Yu Zhong was at Guining City, he didn't abuse his authority to bully the weak or to indulge in vices. Instead, he had wholeheartedly sought to reclaim the stability and peace before the apocalypse. At the same time, he focused on expanding his power, conquering Nanning, and this caused Zhang Shuiwang to have a stronger sense of trust and respect for this young leader. In the command post, many of the intelligence officers and subordinates were hand-picked trusted aides of Yu Zhong, and Zhang Shuiwang and his men would not have an opportunity to backstab Yu Zhong anyway. Yu Zhong stood on the battlefield, wielding his black-toothed blade, and chopped up the fallen evolved zombies. Beside Yu Zhong, there were Ning Yu Xian, Xian Jiao, Mu Xiangling, Xuening, Nangong Bingyun, all dressed in military uniforms. They were similarly launching attacks on the zombies. In order to evolve, they had to kill more zombies. These women were not willing to stay at home and become vases, leading comfortable lives. They hoped to better themselves. In this apocalypse, to live better, one had to be strong or to rely on the strong. Although Ning Yu Xian and the few ladies had decided to rely on Yu Zhong, they wanted to gain strength and control their own destiny as well. Otherwise, if Yu Zhong were to die, their future would be bleak. A large number of the evolved zombies were eliminated by the armored battalion, when all of a sudden, the horde parted, and 80 devourers of different levels pounced out, making their way towards the tanks, machine gun-mounted vehicles, and IFVs. On top of that, there were 400 L3S and S3S shooting forward towards the 2nd Battalion led by Yu Zhong. Not good. Yu Zhong eyed those galloping L3S, S3S and devourers, and his face fell. These were the elites of the evolved zombies, and a single L3 could destroy an elite force of soldiers without any heavy weapons. Machine guns were useless against them, and such horrifying existences could definitely decimate the 2nd Battalion of elite. Kill them all. Lightning, white bones. Yu Zhong pointed towards the horde of L3S and S3S and roared out his order. With that, lightning turned into a flash of light and charged towards the L3. With its extreme speed, it could break the sound barrier, and as it charged through the battlefield, numerous L3S would be decapitated, their headless corpses slumping to the ground. White bones charged amongst the S3S, and as they tried to pounce on it to bite it, it released its bone blades from various parts of its body and spun viciously, slashing many of them into pieces. Tian Hao, protect the ladies. Yu Zhong left an order, and he charged towards the devourers. Tian Hao, being a strength and agility type dual-attribute evolver, stepped out silently to protect Ning Yu Xian and the rest. He was a strong expert, and after Yu Zhong had given him a set of equipment as well as a Type 3 mutant beast hide, his combat prowess rose by 3 times. As long as he was not surrounded by any high-level zombies, he was definitely capable of protecting the women. Facing the devourers, the armored battalions unleashed all their projectiles, including the IFVs, which turned their firing targets towards the devourers. Many of them were instantly torn apart by the various firepower. However, due to their insane speed, many of them managed to leap onto the IFVs, and they tore apart the hulls, spitting out a poisonous fog that turned the soldiers within into zombies in a matter of seconds. Chapter 523, L4. Promotion to Level 70. Chapter 523 L4. Promotion to Level 70. Unedited. One of the IFVs was destroyed, just like that, at the hands of the Devourer. When Yu Zhong saw that, he was furious and immediately leapt into the air, channeling his devil flame. A huge ball of fire blasted towards the head of the Devourer, causing it to explode. Congratulations on achieving level 67, you've gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. Yu Zhong had disposed of 20 Devourers in a short span of time, and absorbed a large amount of experience, thus stepping into level 67. The elites of the 2nd Battalion were also launching their skills towards the Devourers. Large ice picks, sharp wind blades, terrifying fireballs and piercing air bubbles, there were even enhanced bullets that were all launched at the Devourers. Many of the Devourers were blasted into pieces or incinerated. Under the combined efforts of the experts in the 2nd Battalion, those Devourers were annihilated quickly. Many of the experts also gained levels because of their slaughter of the Devourers. Some of the brave soldiers managed to slaughter the other evolved zombies, causing large numbers of skill books and amounts of survivor coins to drop out. With the armored battalion acting as a temporary base, Yu Zhong's 2nd Battalion continued to advance in a frenzy. They crushed any evolved zombies that they came across, slicing the horde in two. At this time, the 3rd Battalion, together with Yun Ziji's command of Yang County's 1st Battalion, came engaging the other zombies in a violent clash. Under that continuous onslaught, large numbers of the evolved zombies were slowly being worn down by Yu Zhong's troop. The intense battle carried on throughout the night. Yu Zhong finally eradicated all of the 50,000 evolved zombies with his 4 battalions, before directly setting up camp outside Binchi City. Today's battle, we've destroyed 50,000 zombies. We lost a total of 117 soldiers. The expenditure of ammo. Within the temporary camp, Xian Jiaro was reporting the details of the day's battle to Yu Zhong. Tough. A horde with a commander is truly hard to deal with. Yu Zhong frowned when he heard Xian Jiaro's report. He had only managed to kill 50,000 zombies after an intense days of battle. His side had suffered losses as well. It was hard to deal with the loss of 117 elite soldiers. In the past, Yu Zhong could easily destroy a few dozen thousands of zombies. It was because they were ordinary zombies. Furthermore, they were usually squeezed together, making it easy for their heavy artillery to hit. That was how they achieved efficient result. As for the evolved zombies, while the heavy artillery was still useful, it was not as effective. The more the numbers of the enemy, the stronger the effect of the heavy artillery. With lesser enemies, then the area of effect of the heavy cannons would be less effective. Yu Zhong silently came to a decision. This will not do. I need to deal with the Z-type in Binchi City. Otherwise, even if we conquer it successfully, we will lack the strength to proceed to Yanzhou City. The 50,000 zombies today had been sent out as an advance party by the Z-type within Binchi City. Inside the city, there were sure to be many more evolved zombies protecting the Z-type. Yu Zhong had the confidence to conquer the city when the rest of the troops arrived. However, that would take up too much time and the casualty rate might rise as well. After making the decision, Yu Zhong made some preparations and left towards Binchi City by himself. Yu Zhong had many experts under his command, that was true. However, to scout Binchi City, he felt that he was the best choice. If there was a need, he could activate his bone-encompassing armor and make use of the bone spikes to dodge the zombie horde. If he brought men, he would be worried about their safety. Furthermore, his current objective was to assassinate the Z-type in Binchi City, not engage in an all-out clash with the horde. Yu Zhong blended into the night, and his passive ability Night Enhancement was engaged. It allowed him to move like a fish in water in the darkness. He activated his bone-encompassing armor and rushed out towards Binchi City. Within Binchi City there were huge, deserted areas. Many abandoned vehicles laid strewn out. There was no sign of life, nor any signs of zombies. Are all the zombies already gathered? Yu Zhong entered Binchi City and surveyed his surrounding. He shot out a piece of bone spike, propelling him up on top of a roof. Yu Zhong's hands shot out bone spikes that supported him as he scaled the sides of the tall buildings, searching for signs of the zombie horde. After searching for a long time, he finally discovered a huge sea of zombies gathered at the center of Binchi City. There. Yu Zhong stood atop a building and looked down at the vast sea of zombies, and determined the location of the Z-type. The Z-types were like the top echelons of human hierarchy. They were fearful of death. They would stay within the protection of their strongest subordinates. Yu Zhong laid on top of the skyscraper and kept his gaze fixed on the center. When he concentrated, his eyes became powerful enough to absorb all the information even from a distance. The image of the city center became like a feed to him as it entered his eyes, and he scanned all the information for the targets he required. While the Night Enhancement ability did not do much to help Yu Zhong in his constitution, it gifted him with strange skills in the dark of the night. One of them was to enhance his vision in the night to an overpower level. Level 70 Type 4 Strength. evolved infected L4. It possesses immense strength and powerful defenses. It has the ability to infect, affecting any life forms. Level 65 Type 4 Agility. Evolved infected S4. A monster with terrifying speed. It has the ability to infect, affecting any life forms. Yu Zhong saw the two species of Type 4 zombies. The L4 type was huge, towering at 4 m, looking like a building. Its entire body was covered with a layer of black scales, and it had huge blocks for hands. The S4 was a green freak that had huge powerful thighs and sharp claws. It was about 1.5 m or 1.6 m tall. The two types of zombies surrounded a huge supermarket, and there were about 10 of the L4s but almost 200 of the smaller S4s. Other than those L4s and S4s, the large supermarket contained over 20 level 70 devourers. 200 L3s and 500 other S3s filled the place as well. Such an evolved troop of zombies were all surrounding the supermarket, protecting the center. The defenses were extremely tight, and no one would be able to just charge in like this. Yu Zhong observed the surroundings and discovered nothing that he could use. He sank into deep thought for a moment, before using both his hands to aim at the entrance of the supermarket and activated his devil flame. In an instant, two balls of blazing flames shot towards the ground like wrath from heavens and enveloped the L4s, S4s, and devourers. Yu Zhong's devil flame was the bane of the zombies after all, and while the exterior of the L3s and L4s could withstand the heat, their brains would definitely be turned to mush. Hence, when the two balls of flames landed on the horde, it instantly caused chaos among the evolved zombies. The L3s and L4s began to charge outwards, while many S4s and S3s were turned into ash by the devil flame. Right at this time, a shrill and sharp howl sounded from the large supermarket. Countless zombies began to charge towards the location, intending to answer to the calls of help. However, many of the L3s, L4s, S3s and S4s were still burning from the devil flame and were stuck together. Nothing could move. The zombies were in a state of confusion and fear, and many swarmed to jump into the burning flames, intending to use their corpses to vanquish the flames. Yu Zhong continued to release two huge tornadoes of flames downwards, while the evolved zombies continued to rush into the flames, sending themselves into oblivion. The strong L3s, L4s, S3s and S4s were all squeezed tightly by the rest of the horde, unable to move. They could only struggle helplessly as the devil flames consumed them. At the same time, under the shrill call of help from the Z-type in the supermarket, the terrifying devourers also leapt into the burning flames, meeting their end. Numerous highly evolved zombies were turned into ash just like that, and huge amounts of experience orbs rushed into Yu Zhong, causing him to charge through levels. Ordinarily, Yu Zhong would find it extremely tough to deal with either an L4 or S4. However, because they were squeezed and had no way of escaping, they could only stay there helplessly as they burnt. Congratulations on achieving level 68, you've gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. Congratulations on achieving level 69, you've gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. Congratulations on achieving level 70, you've gained 1 attribute point to be allocated, as well as an additional active skill. Under those conditions where the evolved zombies rushed to their own deaths, Yu Zhong actually gained 3 levels in one shot, breaking the level 70 limit. He immediately allocated 6 points into agility, and kept the additional skill point. He wanted to collect them, in order to evolve the devil flame into its second-order stage. The zombies were still continuing to charge into Yu Zhong's fiery pit of death. Yu Zhong's pupils constricted as he sent 2 more hurricanes of flames towards the supermarket. Immediately, a shrill scream sounded out from the supermarket as it began to combust and burn. Yu Zhong slapped his hands together, and the two raging tornadoes of fire enveloped the entire three-story building, causing the whole supermarket to burn. With a crash, the windows of the second story broke, and an L4 charged out from the shattered glass. A number of L4S and S4S, as well as Level 70 Devourers, leapt out from the supermarket, their total numbers reaching 200. There were even 30 overheads of the tank-like L4S. Powerful. Fortunately, I didn't go in. Yu Zhong eyed those 200 Type 4 evolved zombies and celebrated in his heart. Chapter 524. Promotion. Second Order Devil Flame. Chapter 524. A Promotion. Second Order Devil Flame. Unedited. If Yu Zhong had encountered 200 Type 4 zombies, or even those Level 70 Devourers, he did not have the confidence to deal with them. Yu Zhong saw the Type 4 evolved zombies and Devourers jump out from the supermarket and waved his hands. A huge devil flame tornado blasted towards the second level of the supermarket. He had to force the Z-Type out. Under the pressure of Yu Zhong's blazing tornadoes, the entire second level was covered in flames, creating a burning hell. It didn't appear. The Z-Type should be within those zombies that jumped out just now. With a thought, his eyes swept over the fleeing group of Type 4 zombies. He concentrated his spirit, and his pupils constricted, and the entire scene was taken in. Those 200 zombies that had escaped from the supermarket were now gathered in a tight bunch, making their escape in a hurry. A sudden shrill scream sounded from the group of 200 Type 4 zombies, and the surrounding horde immediately made way, creating a path for the group to run. Yu Zhong waved his hands as he watched the escaping zombies, and his swift shadow bike appeared beside him. He quickly adjusted the cannons on the bike and fired rapidly at the zombies. All of a sudden, thousands of projectiles bombarded the horde of zombies. Under the assault of the cannons, holes were blasted in the bodies of the S4S, and even some Devourers were injured as well. However, the rounds only bounced off the scaly defenses and exploded without hurting the zombies, not even shaking them in the slightest. These zombies are truly fearsome. Yu Zhong sucked in a breath of cold air as he watched the bullets having no effect on the tank-like L4S. The L4's armor could not even be pierced by the bullets from a Gatling cannon. The only weapons available to men that could possibly threaten it were heavy rockets, tanks, and missiles. Even the IFVs would be useless against them, only serving to be hammered. The bullets seemed to have frightened the Z-Type, and it suddenly screamed. Under that rallying call, a few hundred Type 3 zombies charged over and surrounded it. Got it! Within that darkness, Yu Zhong's eyes were unparalleled. He instantly located the source of the scream, with many of the zombies around shuddering at the time of the scream. Only one L4 was special, not moving even after that rallying cry. After locking on to his target, Yu Zhong fired out a bone spike, supporting him towards the direction of the Z-Type. At the same time, he waved his hands and a fearsome fiery tornado was sent in the direction of the Z-Type. As though it had sensed the danger, the Z-Type immediately screeched out. A number of S3S and S4S leaped up to take the blow. They were burnt black as a result. A number of the L4S and S4S were also assembled around the Z-Type, acting as some form of meat shield. The terrifying devil flame tornado burnt for a while, incinerating the brains of the Type 4 zombies. Yu Zhong activated his shadow steps atop the building and his speed exceeded a Type 2 lightning. It was almost 22 times that of an ordinary person. In just 10 mere seconds, he had managed to catch up to the group of zombies. He jumped down from the building, aiming at the opposite roof. He shot out some silk from the spider silk ring, and he swung towards the zombies like Spider-Man. There were 2 S4S remaining, and they jumped high into the air. Their obscene leg muscles enabled them to reach a height of 15 m, and they slashed out viciously at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong immediately responded by firing 2 bone spikes with just a thought, slicing the 2s4s in two, their blood spraying everywhere. After Yu Zhong took down the 2s4s, he waved his hand to send out another devil flame tornado towards the L4s that surrounded the Z-type. Urged by fear, the Z-type hiding in the body of the L4 continued to screech out sharply as a powerful spirit attack was launched towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's spirit and endurance had reached a powerful degree. He only frowned a little when the attack landed on him. At the next moment, the fiery devil flame tornado enveloped the entire body of the L4, cooking it. The L4's body could even block cannons, so the level 4 devil flame had no way of breaking down the body. Just as the devil flame was burning, a hole appeared in the body of the L4. The Z2 hiding within immediately jumped out in a bid to escape. Go to hell! Yu Zhong immediately waved his hand to envelop the Z2 with his devil flame when he saw it jumped out. The Z2 screamed out and was incinerated within seconds. The moment the Z2 died, the entire horde began breaking apart. The remaining zombies started to escape in various directions. As for the Type 3 and Type 4 evolved zombies, they began to pounce towards Yu Zhong. The scent of fresh meat and blood was the strongest attraction to them. The spider silk in Yu Zhong's hand allowed him to be pulled back up the roof and escape from the clutches of the zombies. He had cast the devil flame many times in succession, and the toll on his spirit and stamina was huge. It was not that he could not continue fighting against the zombies, but it was too dangerous. If he was not careful, he might be swallowed by the zombies. Yu Zhong then made his way towards the supermarket entrance, where the flames were starting to die out. All around the entrance there was ash and a few L4 corpses. The devil flame had easily consumed the zombies other than the L4s. Since the L4 had incredibly tough defenses, it would take more time with the burning to turn the L4 into ash. Yu Zhong made use of the spider silk to swing himself towards the entrance of the supermarket, where he picked up over 20 skill books, 10 green treasure boxes, 25 white treasure boxes, and 2,000 survivor coins. After keeping the loot, he disappeared into the night. When he went back to the camp, he started to go through the loot thoroughly. All right, I made a killing this time. As he counted, his eyes were filled with joy. In taking the risk to kill the Z-type, his spoils were truly abundant. He had gotten a total of 25 skill books, of which there were 8 level 2 skills, 13 level 3 skills, and 4 level 4 skills. Among the level 3 skill books, there were the Werewolf Transformation, Wereleopard Transformation, Wercat Transformation, Forest Ranger Transformation, Flame Storm, Ice Spear, Summon Grizzly Bear, Gravity Manipulation, Steel Body, Clone Technique, Stealth, Bide, Element Shield. Of the level 4 skill books, there were the Second Order Stamina Solidification, Second Order Devil Flame, Second Order High Speed Movement, Second Order Steel Body. Level 3 skill book, Ice Spear. Congeals a powerful spear of ice to attack enemies. Consumes 30 spirit. Non-specialized users can only use the skill once per day. Level 3 skill book, Summon Grizzly Bear. Summons a powerful grizzly bear to attack enemies. Consumes 20 spirit. Level 3 skill book, Steel Body. Passive skill. Upon learning it, user's body will become stronger and tougher. Requires endurance to be at least 120 to learn. Level 3 skill book, Clone Technique. Consumes 40 spirit to produce a clone. The user can see what clone sees. At the same time, the clone has 10% of the attributes of the original. The clone is not able to utilize skills. Level 3 skill book Bide. Expends 30 stamina to attack out with 3 times the penetrative power. Level 3 skill book Element Shield. Consumes 30 spirit to produce an elemental magic shield to protect the user. It can defend against all elemental attacks. Level 4 skill book, Second Order Stamina Solidification. Upon learning, stamina increased by 55 points permanently. Requires the skill stamina solidification of level 3 and above. Expends 2 skill points. Level 4 skill book. Second order high speed movement. Active skill. Increases agility by 80 points when active. Duration of 5 minutes. Requires the skill high speed movement of level 3 and above. Expends 2 skill points. Level 4 skill book. Second order steel body. Allows the user to have a body as tough as metal. Requires the skill steel body of level 3 and above. Expends 2 skill points. Yu Zhong held the skill books in his hands and pondered for a while, before deciding to learn the steel body and clone technique. 2 bright lights flashed, and 2 additional bronze runes of information appeared in his mind. After learning the steel body skill, Yu Zhong's body coupled with his 181 points of endurance became incredibly tough. He was now impervious to even heavy caliber bullet. He had become even more powerful. Of course, even if the heavy caliber bullets could not penetrate his body, the recoil and impact were not negligible. It would still be able to cause some degree of harm. Of the 10 green treasure boxes, 6 had ordinary level 3 treasures, while the remaining 4 produced level 4 treasures. One of them was the Falcon Sniper. Level 4 treasure, Black Wind Hook. Extremely sharp hook. Level 4 treasure, Black Steel Mace. A huge mace weighing over a ton. There's no defense it cannot break, and no item it cannot smash. Level 4 treasure, Gauntlet of Strength. Upon equipping, plus 15 strength. Yu Zhong equipped the Gauntlet of Strength and his strength raised by 5, exchanging with the Glove of Strength. His strength now reached 100 points and was just perfectly at 10 times a normal person's strength. The night passed peacefully, as the zombies hid within the city after losing their Z-type commander. None dared come out to attack Yu Zhong. Early the next morning, Hui led the armored battalion to launch an assault on Binchi City. Inside Binchi City, there were numerous zombies, but they lacked all form of order. Instead, they had become easy fodder, taken out by the armored battalion and the experts under Yu Zhong. At the same time, the reinforcements arrived quickly, charging into the fray. The pressure mounted against the zombies in Binchi City, as the elite troops and army of Yu Zhong continued to slaughter their way within. With the constant reinforcements, the entire cleanup took about a week. Only then, Binchi City became free of zombies. Congratulations, you have conquered Binchi City and obtained the title, Binchi City Conqueror. This title grants you 2 points increase in all attribute. The title can't be earned again. Effects of titles can be stacked. You have brought troops and conquered Binchi City, gaining 3 levels, and obtaining 6 attribute points to be allocated. You have brought troops and conquered Binchi City, earning 10,000 survivor coins. You have brought troops and conquered Binchi City, earning a level 4 defense vest. You have brought troops and conquered Binchi City, earning 1 additional skill point. When Yu Zhong's forces cleared Binchi City of the zombies, a number of notifications rang out in his mind. Great! Evolve Second Order Devil Flame. The moment Yu Zhong heard the notifications, he exclaimed out in surprise and chose to evolve his Devil Flame. The skill book Second Order Devil Flame in his hands disappeared into his mind. At the same time, 2 skill points were deducted and transformed into light, merging with the skill book. The merged light flashed and turned green, inscribing more characters on the bronze rune of the Devil Flame. The moment the mysterious characters were finished inscribing, another notification resounded in Yu Zhong's mind. Congratulations, your Devil Flame has evolved to its second order stage. Chapter 525, Pointing towards Yanzhou. Chapter 525, Pointing towards Yanzhou. Unedited. When Yu Zhong's Devil Flame skill had evolved, he casually conjured out a Devil Flame ball with a thought. The second-order Devil Flame was more than twice as strong as the Devil Flame at its level 4 stage, when comparing the similar spirit expenditure. Back at Guining City, the city was back to its usual hustle and bustle, and not a single idle person could be seen. Machines were constantly chugging, and countless factory workers were hard at work manufacturing clothes, weapons, canned meat, packing rations and other supplies. The entire city's survivors had been activated, fulfilling their individual roles as gears of a larger machine in preparation for war. In the midst of their busy actions, there was a slight anxiety among the survivors. Many of them knew of Yu Zhong's operation of deploying his huge army to battle the zombies. This was a vital fight that would determine the future of Guining City. If he won, Yu Zhong's might would increase exponentially. However, if he lost, he would suffer terribly, and all sorts of characters would leap out to take a bite. Yu Zhong had a huge amount of prestige in Guining City, but likewise there were enemies in the shadows. There were even certain people within his army hoping for his failure. Inside a small room, 5 men were gathered secretly in a discussion. One middle-aged man spoke. Binchi City has over 2 million zombies, while Yenzhou City has over 3 million. Adding them together, there's at least 6 million zombies. That guy only has a 10,000-strong army. How can he win? A young evolver laughed coldly. Yu Zhong sure is a retard. He thought that just because his troops repelled the previous zombie horde attack, they're suddenly invincible. He's too full of himself. He was just lucky the previous time. This time, his luck sure is to run out. Another burly and tanned man chuckled as well. Precisely. Once he loses, we can act. By that time, the entire Guining City, as well as the Guangxi region, will be ours. At various corners of Guining City, small gatherings like this were ongoing, discussing the possibility of usurping Yu Zhong. At this time, Guining City was under the strict rule of Yu Zhong and his subordinates. All these little factions had no way of stepping out to show themselves. However, should Yu Zhong fall, they would seize the chance. One soldier rode a bike all the way into Guining City and brought explosive news. Leader Yu Zhong had conquered Binchi City with the troops. The entire Binchi City is under our control now. Long live Yu Zhong! Awesome! We gained another city. This exciting news caused the entire Guining City to be in an uproar, as numerous survivors roared with delight. Conquering a city meant that all the resources in the city prior to the apocalypse would land in Yu Zhong's faction. These survivors would definitely stand to benefit, and their future would seem even brighter. Furthermore, the fact that Yu Zhong had the strength to conquer a major city meant that it would not be impossible to conquer a second or third one. This caused even more reverence, hope and trust in Yu Zhong from the survivors of Guining City. Shit, he actually conquered Binchi City. That's a place with 2 million fucking zombies. How the heck did he accomplish it so easily? Is he still human? Upon hearing the news of Yu Zhong conquering Binchi City, those small groups with motives began to feel despair. They did not know that most of the zombies in Binchi City had been blown away by the snowstorm. When they heard that Yu Zhong conquered the city, their hearts were filled with helplessness and despair. If Yu Zhong were to continue his victorious streak like that, his rule would just become even more concrete. No one would be able to shake him from his position. Those smaller factions hidden amongst the ordinary survivors would never get the chance to display their might. With the passage of time, a number of troops were mobilized and sent to Binchi City. There was currently an elite regiment of over 10,000 elites within Binchi City now. This elite regiment was not made of some riffraff. Every single one of them had been through countless battles. They have killed their share of human enemies, as well as zombies, and have shed their blood. This elite troop was used to control Guangxi as well as Vietnam, and they could handle a 100,000-strong zombie horde as well. Inside a meeting hall, many commanders and captains were gathered. Yu Zhong sat at the helm and was overseeing the meeting. Yu Zhong glanced at Hu Yi and asked, "This time, I've gathered everyone, as I want to prepare to set off for Yanzhou City. Hu Yi, is the Gui Ning 1st Battalion still in its prime condition?" Hu Yi's 1st Battalion was the mechanized infantry battalion as well as the vanguard strike force in Yu Zhong's troop. They had helped to storm Ji County and Binqi City, and their experience and gains were not small. Likewise, they had expended quite a bit of energy. Human soldiers were not zombies, and could get tired or exhausted. They would not be able to fight forever, unlike the zombies. Hu Yi answered with a voice of confidence, "Yes. Our 1st Battalion is willing to be the vanguard in assaulting Yanzhou City." After the constant battles, the combat strength of Hu Yi's 1st Battalion had truly grown. At the same time, they had increased their forces to accommodate over 1,000 soldiers. This was the basis for Hu Yi's confidence. Chai Zitsang spoke up as well. The 1st Battalion had just taken down Binqi City, they should rest for a moment. "Leader, the Gui Ning 5th Battalion is willing to be the vanguard and take down Yanzhou for you." Chen Xinggang also spoke up enthusiastically. "Leader, our 8th Battalion had not done anything yet, our bones are about to rot. Let us be the vanguard and obtain Yanzhou for you." "Leader, our 9th Battalion will take down Yanzhou." One by one, the commanders began to seek for Yu Zhong's deployment of their forces. Yu Zhong's establishments focused on military merit. Only through merits would one stand a chance to rise in rank, and obtain more forces and resources. Many of the commanders knew that Hu Yi had been the main strike force in the operation to take down Binqi City, and would expand further after the battle for Yanzhou. This time, it was unknown how many more commanders there would be, and who would even rise to become a regiment commander. Hence, many of them wanted better prospects for themselves and their subordinate. "This army is truly valiant." Inside the meeting room, Cheng Xingyong looked at the forces and thought to himself in envy. In this apocalypse, many of the large factions would have their smaller cliques within. Some of them would work together sometimes, others would try to stay back during operations to protect their strength, in case they lost them. When Yu Zhong was in Vietnam, the Chinese Association was like this. Even when Chen Xingyong was at the helm of his power, he had people who would give excuses not to take part in the operations in lieu of the big picture. They had instead chosen to preserve their strength. That led to their own downfall. Yu Zhong eyed all his commanders with appreciation and hollered a command. "Good! For this battle, the 1st Battalion, 4th Battalion, 8th Battalion and 9th Battalion would form a joint strike force. The 5th Battalion would move to defend Qishan District, the 11th Battalion to defend Zhushan District, Lang Sun 3rd Battalion to defend Hashan District, and the rest is to assemble as reinforcements. Await further orders." Yu Zhong then glanced around and spoke seriously. "This battle we can only win, there can be no failure." "Yes." Everyone responded in a resounding voice. Upon receiving Yu Zhong's order, the troops began to prepare, as they set off for their individual objectives. Yu Zhong then went to the command center and asked one of the officers, "What is the situation over there now?" The officer immediately brought up a display for Yu Zhong. "Leader, there are countless droves of zombies moving towards Yanzhou. Please take a look." Yu Zhong looked at the screen and frowned. On the screen, many waves of zombies were currently making their way towards the direction of Yanzhou. These were those zombies that had been in Binqi City and Yanzhou but were blown away by the snowstorm. The smaller droves numbered a few dozen thousands, while the larger hordes numbered in the 100,000s. The moment these zombies gathered at Yanzhou, then there would be a total of over 3 million zombies. It would then become a city that was almost impregnable. Yu Zhong only had a force of 10,000. His ammunition was lacking. Using frontal assault against 3 million zombies would be a fool's dream. It was precisely because of this that Yu Zhong had no choice but to deploy his forces to take down Yanzhou. They had to eliminate the zombies within Yanzhou first. However, the expedition on Binqi City had taken over 9 days. As for Yanzhou, the gathered zombies were already numbering in the 400,000s. Every day, the numbers were increasing in the dozens and hundreds of thousands. The officer pointed to the screen and explained, based on the current situation, these 3 main hordes of zombies would enter Yanzhou in another 3 days. The moment they enter, the total number of zombies in Yanzhou would cross 1 million. Yu Zhong looked at the screen and thought to himself, we need to take down Yanzhou in the next 3 days. At the very least, I need to force the death of the Z-type there. He handed the command of the place over before stepping out. All of a sudden, he felt a sudden strange feeling in his mind, and he lifted his head. He discovered a huge Type 2 Green Eagle flying in the distance, and there was a huge transport aircraft and an assault helicopter beside it. Greenie! Yu Zhong saw the Type 2 Green Eagle and his eyes lit with joy before he ordered loudly, "Do not fire!" Under his command, no anti-air defenses were activated, and the huge bird, as well as the 2 aircraft, landed. The moment Greenie landed, it began to snuggle against Yu Zhong with its head affectionately. "Good, good. This is for you," Yu Zhong exclaimed with joy and handed a whole bunch of Type 2 nuclei and Type 3 nuclei to Greenie. Chapter 526. Attacking Yanzhou. Chapter 526. Attacking Yanzhou. Unedited. When Greenie saw those nuclei, it also immediately swallowed them in joy. It gobbled up the 20 over Type 2 nuclei and 3 Type 3 nuclei before its body shuddered. It then laid on the ground and fell asleep, undergoing evolution. When most mutant beasts go through evolution, they would do so in their own nests or amongst their own kind to be protected. Greenie had been tamed by Yu Zhong and had always stayed beside him to evolve. It trusted Yu Zhong very much. At the same time, 2 beautiful women walked out from the aircraft carrier. They were Ji Qing Wu and Yao Yao. Other than them, there were 20 soldiers that followed behind, each of them carrying a huge bloody aura. Yu Zhong saw Ji Qing Wu and Yao Yao and his eyes lit up in joy. "Qing Wu, Yao Yao. You guys are here too." Ji Qing Wu glanced at Yu Zhong and asked, "Lu Wen and Yatong are asking, when are you going back?" Although her tone was mild, Yu Zhong could detect the slightest dissatisfaction. It was obvious that even Ji Qing Wu was begrudging him for staying so long at Guangxi. Currently, Yu Zhong had 3 huge territories, Guangxi, Vietnam and Longhai. Of them, Guangxi had the most number of survivors and had the highest potential to expand and develop. Yu Zhong had been staying over here for so long, the people in Longhai City were getting restless. After all, Yu Zhong had established his place at Longhai first. If Yu Zhong stayed at Guangxi for too long, then there was a potential for Guangxi to become the major base for Yu Zhong's government. Yu Zhong chuckled. "Yanzhou. After we conquer Yanzhou, I'll go back." Yanzhou was of the utmost priority to Yu Zhong now. The moment he conquered it, his establishments would get a constant supply of arms and ammunition. At the same time, with Yanzhou, he would finally have a proper military base. Ji Qing Wu grunted mildly in reply, before pointing towards the 20 soldiers and introduced them. "These 20 are the elites of the special forces. Every single one of them is above level 50, and they're here to do your bidding." "Great!" Yu Zhong eyed them and exclaimed his appreciation. Enhancers that could reach level 50 and above were truly the elite amongst elite. They must have killed countless zombies and mutant beasts. Each of them could easily kill 200 or 300 zombies. The stronger ones could even take on 1,000 on their own with no problems. Such a force was truly equivalent to an infantry battalion. Ji Qing Wu asked, "I read the report on the way here. There's a huge horde moving towards Yanzhou, and the numbers seem to exceed 1 million. What are your plans?" Yu Zhong replied seriously. Deploy every force we have to launch a full assault on Yenzhou. We must conquer it before the zombie horde gathers fully. We'll have to eliminate the Z-type in there. Do you have the confidence? She challenged. Yu Zhong chuckled assuredly. I have 70% confidence that we can take it down. This time, Yu Zhong had brought out all his trump cards. There were 40 tanks, the self-propelling rocket launchers, 155mm cannons, red arrows, IFVs and all sorts of modern weaponry. Each of them had ammunition that stacked like mountains. He had also deployed his force of over 10,000 elite soldiers. These soldiers could definitely hold their own against the ordinary zombies, although there were over tens of thousands of evolved zombies within Yenzhou. Yu Zhong wasn't worried. Hui led the 1st Armored Battalion, the 4th Battalion, 8th Battalion and 9th Battalion into the entrance of Yenzhou. 200,000 evolved zombies immediately charged towards them like huge waves on the sea. Yu Zhong's troops had already done their preparations and dug up numerous trenches. They had also constructed some simple traps and obstructions, including steel beams, wire meshes, and even road cones. The sea of zombies had just rushed out and was instantly met with an intense volley of fire. Rocket rounds and heavy artillery bombarded the zombies, obliterating huge numbers of them at one go. The entire battlefield shook consistently, as though it was struck by an earthquake. The intense firing did not cease. Under that volley of bullets and heavy rounds, many zombies were blasted to pieces. An L3 was invulnerable to guns and bullets. Even heavy machine guns would not be able to take it down easily. If such a terrifying zombie was given enough space to wreak havoc, it could easily take down an entire squad of soldiers. Yet, such existences found it hard to hold up against that endless rain of heavy artillery, many bombed to bits and pieces. Within the horde, a 4M tall L4 was charging towards the soldiers like a tank. A round from the self-propelled rocket launchers exploded on the body of the L4. As the blast roared out, the huge L4 was immediately blasted apart, its head rolling to one side. It was taken out. The might of the modern weaponry were truly effective against the zombies that were packed tightly together, and countless zombies were incinerated as the firing went on. What a pity! If only I had enough cannons and ammunition. The zombies would be nothing. Yu Zhong stood at the front lines and watched the countless evolved zombies being turned to dust, and shook his head. If only they had an unlimited ammunition supply, they could just support a modern army to eradicate even millions and tens of millions of zombies. After the heavy artillery bombarded the entire area once and blanketed the entire area, the huge sea of zombie was almost reduced to nothing. By the time it ended, there were only about 60,000 evolved zombies left on the battlefield. A total of 140,000 zombies had been wiped out in the volley of fire. Among the 60,000 zombies, there were still about 4 L4s and 50 L3s. These L4 zombies were huge and garnered the attention of everyone present due to their freakish size. The remaining 60,000 continued their charge towards the humans. There were no Z-types among them, and even if they were eradicated, they would still not feel despair or fear. This was the terrifying point of zombies. The faster S-types managed to reach the humans first. In their charge, they would be entangled in the countless wire meshes and fell to the ground, before they were grounded to paste by the zombies behind them. After the various ground traps had served their purpose in stopping many S-types, the L3s easily tore through them, pulling them up from the ground. At various areas around the battlefield, the steel wires, bars and traps would hamper the S-type. The moment they were caught in the traps, they would be fired upon by the human soldiers. However, the situation did not last long, as with the charge of the L3s, which pulled with their might, all the traps were either ripped from the ground or torn apart. The evolved zombies then continued to charge towards the humans. Another round of heavy artillery blasted towards the L3 and L4s. Other than those rounds, all other ammunition was basically ineffective. Countless bullets and heavy machine gun fire would just ricochet off the bodies of the L-3S and L-4S, not hurting them in the slightest. Even the impact from the 12.7mm bullets from could not shake the L-3S at all. As for the L-4S, they basically did not feel anything from such rounds. Powerful! Yuzhong looked at those L-3S and L-4S and thought to himself. The L-3S and L-4S demonstrated their usefulness that outstripped the S-4S on the battlefield. They were like indestructible tanks and could tear apart anything that blocked their way. Especially the L-4S, which could flip tanks easily. Come with me. Ji Qingwu watched the L-3S and L-4S and immediately charged towards them like a gust of wind. Yao Yao and the 20 enhancers over level 50 immediately followed behind, their strike as sharp as a sword. Tell the 1st Battalion 2nd Company to stop. Yuzhong saw Ji Qingwu and the rest charging and immediately gave the order to an officer beside him. After that, his own figure flashed towards their direction. Against the terrifying L-4S, Yuzhong was still concerned about the safety of Ji Qingwu and the rest. With the tremendous strength of the L-4S, if even a fist were to land on Yuzhong, he would be heavily injured. As for others whose endurance was not high, even an evolver would die the moment a fist from the L-4 landed. However, Ji Qingwu's performance led Yuzhong's expression to brighten. Her body flashed about gracefully, as she leaped into the midst of the zombie horde like a fairy, a green-colored divine sword in her hand streaking with a long blade light. Countless shadows were emitted from her blade as she danced apart, and each time the blade shadows touched the L-3S, their heads would be sliced off, with blood spraying everywhere. She continued to weave in and out of the zombie horde, and many L-3 heads flew. She quickly arrived in front of an L-4 and dodged the incoming blow with ease. Her feet lit up with some faint green light, and she leaped all the way to the head of the L-4 before she slashed down viciously, and the blade actually penetrated the skull of the L-4. Strong! Yuzhong saw how Ji Qingwu actually slaughtered an L-4 with a single move, and could not help but praise in his heart. Ji Qingwu's abilities were obviously close combat focused, but the fact that they could complement her swordplay and movement, that was truly terrifying. As long as she got close, Yuzhong knew that no one under his command was a match for her. On the other side, Yao Yao's body transformed into a streak of light that surpassed the speed of lightning when it was Type 2, charging straight through the zombies. She somehow appeared on top of an L-4 as well, and her hand carried a black shadow about 1 meter long that pierced the L-4's head. Chapter 527 Unstoppable. Chapter 527 or Unstoppable. Unedited. The black light spun furiously, all the way till it penetrated the skull of the L-4, and proceeded to grind the contents to mash. After killing that L-4, Yao Yao's face was slightly pale. She grabbed the treasure that dropped from her kill, before disappearing from the midst of zombies. On the other side, after Ji Qingwu had disposed of the L-4, she also retreated quickly. The two of them had used their strong skills to instantly take out 2 L-4s, and the consumption of stamina and spirit was naturally high. As they were retreating, huge blades of wind and blazing spears of flame bombarded the zombies. They were also supported by enhanced bullets and manipulated vines, clearing the way for Ji Qingwu and Yao Yao through the crowd of L-3s. It was obvious that the teamwork of this elite team was extremely coordinated and flawless. They were formed with Ji Qingwu and Yao Yao as the core fighting members, and the rest as support. As the experts were helping Ji Qingwu and Yao Yao to retreat, Yuzhong waved his hand. A devil flame spear of blazing temperatures surpassing its previous form was sent towards the head of one L-4 in a flash of light. With a loud explosion, the devil flame spear combusted, incinerating the head of the L-4 instantly, leaving a headless corpse. The huge bulky zombie slumped to the ground. Strong! The elite soldiers saw Yu Zhong taking the L4 like nothing and their hearts ran cold. Not one of them had the ability to do what Yu Zhong did. After destroying the L4 in 1 second, Yu Zhong waved his hand, and a number of devil flame balls conjured out of thin air, exploding on the heads of the L3s. The sounds of explosions rang out constantly, and the remaining L3s were all taken out easily by Yu Zhong. After his devil flame evolved, it had become even more terrifying. Killing the L3s no longer needed the devil flame spear, any one fireball would do the job. When the L4s and L3s were all taken care of by Yu Zhong, the remaining zombies were impeded by the various traps, and could not display their might. Yu Zhong's forces just continued unleashing heavy fire, slaughtering as many as they could. Yu Zhong had brought all the ammunition and weapons he amassed to this battle at Yanzhou, hence his troops did not spare any expense and just fired at will. Even if the evolved zombies were at least 10 times stronger than the ordinary zombies, or even 100 times, under that fearsome fire by Yu Zhong's troops, they were blasted to bits. Soon after, the Tian-Xian County's 1st Battalion, Longting County's 1st Battalion were brought into the fray. The intense battle went on for an entire day, and Yu Zhong's army expended a huge amount of their ammunition before finally eliminating all 60,000 evolved zombies. After eradicating the zombies, Yu Zhong's forces continued into Yanzhou. Congratulations, you have conquered Yanzhou and obtained the title, Yanzhou Conqueror. This title grants you 2 points increase in all attribute. The title can't be earned again. Effects of titles can be stacked. You have brought troops and conquered Yanzhou, gaining 3 levels, and obtaining 6 attribute points to be allocated. You have brought troops and conquered Yanzhou, earning 10,000 survivor coins. You have brought troops and conquered Yanzhou, earning a level 4 defense vest. You have brought troops and conquered Yanzhou, earning 1 additional skill point. The moment Yu Zhong set foot in Yanzhou, a flurry of notifications rang out in his mind. When Yu Zhong heard it, he was alarmed. Shit! Did the Z-type in Yanzhou escape? One officer came up to him and quickly reported, "Leader! The Z-type in Yanzhou had escaped. They're currently fleeing towards the direction of Heshan district." The unmanned tactical drones had been monitoring the movements of the zombies and discovered about 100,000 evolved zombies escaping. Yu Zhong's face fell and quickly ordered out ruthlessly, "Shit! We cannot let them converge with the horde at that side, otherwise the consequences will be dire. Relay my order, get Cheng Xingyong to hold out. They had better protect Heshan. If the 2 hordes join forces, I'll see that his head rolls." There was a total of 400,000 zombies moving towards Heshan district, and the moment the Z-type was allowed to gather those ordinary zombies, it would pose a huge threat to Yanzhou. In Heshan, when Cheng Xingyong received the order from Yu Zhong, he laughed bitterly and grumbled, "We have only 2,000 men here, how can we withstand 100,000 evolved zombies?" One sentry officer stepped up to suggest, "Captain, why don't we take our men and escape? We'll die if we stay here. I suspect that Yu Zhong is purposely sending us to our deaths, and to whittle our Vietnamese strength down." Chen Xingyong chuckled bitterly and replied slowly, "Escape? Where can we escape to? The moment we run, our comrades will be slaughtered by him anyway. Our families would become slaves. Furthermore, we're not at all familiar with this Guangxi region. Our language is a barrier as well. The moment we lose the resources from Yu Zhong, we won't even last more than a month." Cheng Xingyong's eyes shone with a strange light as he spoke each line deliberately. "Now we can only follow his orders. We have to stay here and protect this place. Even if we all die, Yu Zhong will not let our efforts go to vain, and he would protect our families and comrades. Therefore, this battle we have to guard here. Not because of Yu Zhong, but because of the future of our fellow countrymen. Chen Xingyong had plenty of bad habits of his own, and wasn't some perfect human being. However, he valued his fellow comrades very much, and when he had submitted to Yu Zhong, it was partly to protect his own life, as well as the possibility of survival for his Vietnamese comrades. If Yu Zhong was merciless, then not a single Vietnamese would live to see another day. Especially those in Hanoi. Chen Xingyong had joined Yu Zhong's forces to be the voice for them should the need arises. Chen Xingyong sighed and said, "Go get started on the fortifications. This time, our survival will depend heavily on our preparations." Hearing those words, the intelligence officer sunk in deep thought, before saluting Chen Xingyong, his own eyes flashing with resolution and acceptance. He then stepped out. Under Chen Xingyong's orders, the Lang Sun 3rd Battalion began their works on the main road towards Heshan. With the ample resources that were deployed, all sorts of wire meshes, steel beams, barricades, etc. were set up by the soldiers. While they were simple, they proved to be very effective against the zombies. If there were no L3S or L4S that were basically like tanks to clear the road, the obstructions and traps were enough to impede many of the zombies. Just as the forces of Chen Xingyong had finished the fortifications, a group of over 4,000 S-types consisting of S2S, S3S and S4S appeared on the horizon. These speedy zombies were sent as a vanguard by the Z-type, also to scout. With the passage of time, the intelligence of the Z-types were growing. Initially, they would just command huge group of zombies to charge recklessly. However, they had already begun to grasp tactics and strategy, even knowing to retreat when things turned bad. Chen Xingyong saw the S-types approaching and begun to holler to raise the morale of his troops. "They're here! Brothers! Fire at will! We must block them from crossing here. We cannot even allow one to pass us. Once we win this, everyone can raise ranks and get some wives." With his words, the morale of the soldiers was bolstered. Soon the group of S-types reached the areas of fortifications and were met with huge obstructions. The obstacles and traps showed their effectiveness. Usually, the S4's speed could exceed a Type 2 Lightning. In an ordinary battle, an S4 could easily wipe out a company of soldiers. However, in a charge, with a dozen S4s acting as the vanguard, the moment they slammed into the multiple fortifications, their legs were either sliced off or they would fall on the ground. Even if they weren't finished off, they would lose their speed. The S-types would be impeded by the various traps as they charged over, some falling into the pits with steel beams. Many were either killed or heavily injured. A number of the S-types were smarter as they tried to jump over the obstacles, but they were stopped by the steel wires. Chen Xingyong got his troops to begin firing at the S-types, turning many of them into sieves. Amidst the dense gunfire, a huge number of the S-types were directly annihilated. Just the traps took out over 1,000 of the dumb S-type. Chen Xingyong surveyed the field, noting the 4,000 evolved zombies that they had killed, and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Not bad. We managed to survive the first wave. 4,000 evolved zombies and 4,000 ordinary zombies were very different scenarios. A single S2 was more than 10 times deadlier than an ordinary zombie. Killing 4,000 of these evolved types was much more difficult than taking down 4,000 ordinary zombies. Not good. Chen Xingyong's face suddenly turned pale. Everyone looked up, only to see the terrifying figures of the L4 towering in the distance, running over. The L4s possess a speed that was 4 times that of an ordinary person, but because their bodies were so much more bulkier, each step was easily 3 times that of a person. If the L4s were to charge with full speed, they could easily exceed a person by 12 times. This was a terrifying speed. It was equivalent to having 10 tanks charging over. Chen Xingyong immediately screamed, "Fire the cannons! Fire! Blast those fuckers with all we've got. The Lang Sun 3rd Battalion immediately began firing like crazy, as their heavy artillery was focused on that 10L4S. They only had about 40 cannons, and all of them, coupled with their IFVs, were focusing their fire on the 10L4S. Chapter 528 Pursuit. Chapter 528 A Pursuit. Unedited. Under that dense barrage of heavy artillery, the 10L4S were hit by rounds constantly. Any point of impact would result in a gaping hole, but they were insufficient to blast the L4S into pieces. As for the resulting shrapnel or shockwave, they could not affect them at all. The IFV was firing the 25mm Gatling gun, but all the bullets did was to leaving white marks on the terrifying defense of the L4S, not penetrating their bodies at all. The 10L4S and 100L3S charged through the volley of fire, and only 30+ L3S were blasted to pieces. The rest continued on their charge towards Chen Xingyong. Especially the L4S, a few had numerous wounds from the various heavy fire, yet they were charging like it was nothing. With each kick of their feet, the steel wires and meshes would be dragged up. They then used their hands to tear holes in the steel fences. With each blow of their fists, the huge road barriers would be destroyed into dust. Every single fortification was obliterated in their path. Rockets! Fire the anti-tank rockets at them! Chen Xingyong shouted loudly. Facing this freaks that seem invulnerable to so many things, the only measure left to them were the anti-tanks rockets. Originally, the Lang Sun 3rd Battalion was not a stable force, and would not have been given any cannons. However, Yu Zhong had taken into consideration the importance of the mission at hand and had decided to arrange for them to possess 40 anti-tank cannons. With Chen Xingyong's orders, the soldiers in charge of the anti-tank rockets began to deploy towards the front lines, aiming at the L4S and firing. A number of the rockets exploded at a few of the L4S, causing them to be blasted, as dust and debris were scattered everywhere. As the dust settled, a number of the L4S appeared, with various huge holes in their bodies, but only 3 had their heads blown off. The remaining 7 L4S immediately charged through the troops and unleashed carnage. One L4 came in front of a soldier and slapped out with its hand. It was like slapping a fly, as the human soldier was flattened to a paste. It then grabbed another soldier, before throwing him into its mouth. It then chomped down and caused blood to flow out its jaws, looking extremely terrifying. The speed of the 7L4S was extremely fast, and the normal soldiers had no means of escaping their clutches. They could only be swatted like ants or grabbed and eaten. Seeing the L4S, which were demon-like existences, a chill came over the hearts of the soldiers. These freaks were indestructible and had monstrous strength. Nothing in their arsenal could kill them. How could they fight such monsters? At almost an instant, their morale dipped, almost collapsing. Beasts! Fucking beasts! Chen Xingyong looked at those L4S and his eyes turned red, showing a hint of despair. If it were just one L4, he could activate the enhancers and evolvers of the Lang Sun 3rd Battalion to join forces against it. However, since there were 7, he was at a loss. If only we were the main force! Chen Xingyong looked across the battlefield and watched helplessly as the L4S ravaged their way throughout the battlefield. Yu Zhong had biases towards and against his various troops. As his most trusted force, he would naturally not be stingy with the resources. Just Hu Yi and his 1st Armored Battalion had 40 tanks and 110 IFVs. They had over 100 artillery of various kinds. The 1st Armored Battalion was almost certainly going to expand and become Yu Zhong's strongest regiment. As for the unreliable forces of the Lang Sun 3rd Battalion, they were only given ordinary rifles and had limited ammunition. In times where no battles were imminent, their troops only had refilled bullets. Only in times of war like the current situation would they be given proper ammunition and other logistics. As for heavy artillery, they truly had only a sparse number. If they had enough heavy artillery fire, they would be able to take on the L4S. With the L4S leading the charge of the zombies, the soldiers at the front lines were thoroughly crushed. The soldiers were retreating frantically. The rest of the troops were also feeling nervous and fearful. "We're finished! We're finished!" Chen Xingyong looked at his broken troops and thought silently to himself in despair. The fearsome L4S had torn the defenses of the Lang Sun 3rd Battalion apart like it was nothing. The rest of the zombies were following behind. The moment they breached the base, the troops would have no means to resist at all. Without any fortifications or defenses, a single S2 or L2 could dispatch 10 ordinary soldiers with ease. Right as Chen Xingyong felt that there was no more hope, an assault helicopter appeared in the distance, roaring over. A devil flame spear shot down like judgment from heaven, piercing the head of one L4, combusting immediately, turning the L4 into a headless corpse. The headless corpse of the L4 fell back slowly like a toppled giant. Yu Zhong eyed the rest of the tank-like L4S and immediately conjured a few devil flame spears in succession, throwing them quickly. The devil flame spears shot towards the L4S, combusting upon impact. "That's Yu Zhong." Chen Xingyong eyed the assault helicopter and his heart was filled with shock. Having crossed arms with the L4S, he knew of their terrifying nature. Seeing how easy it had been for Yu Zhong to take them down, the shock and respect for Yu Zhong increased another notch. Yes! Fuck yeah! When they saw Yu Zhong take down the 7L4S, all the soldiers immediately roared out in joy. The invincible demon-like existences had met their ends at Yu Zhong's hands, and their morale instantly shot up. Chen Xingyong immediately gave an order the moment the L4S were taken down. "Relay my orders, 9th Company to launch counterattack." The 9th Company consisted of the Vietnamese experts under Chen Xingyong and had been his trump card. Now that Yu Zhong had personally entered the fray, he had to risk his all as well. Under Chen Xingyong's orders, a Vietnamese evolver roared out in battlelust, leading his team of over 50 enhancers towards the evolved zombies. Their aim was to clean up those terrifying L2S and L3S, not allowing them to wreak any more havoc to the fortifications. Having expended a total of 140 spirit and 50 stamina to kill those L4S, Yu Zhong had truly exceeded himself as compared to when he killed the Z2 on Binchi City. The effect was less as well, since he burned the L4S to death back then, whereas he had opted to decimate the L4S in one shot. The level of difficulty between both was truly incomparable. However, in doing so, it had propelled his undefeatable image in the hearts of the Lang Sun 3rd Battalion, as well raised their morale again. The soldiers were once again filled with fighting spirit and would not break down. Where the hell is the Z-type? Yu Zhong surveyed the scene from the skies, trying to locate the Z-type. If it managed to escape, and gather the huge horde from a distance, it would become a nightmare for Yu Zhong. Although this battle was a victory for Yu Zhong, his forces had expended plenty of ammunition. In the short term, it would be hard for him to contend against another major horde. After observing the scene below for a while, he quickly found 5L4S and a 100L3S huddled together. Especially in the midst of such a horde, the bulky L4S that were the size of houses were extremely obvious. "Attack that side!" When Yu Zhong discovered that group, he immediately ordered the pilot. The assault helicopter immediately fired numerous rockets towards the 5L4S. At the same time, the heavy machine began firing wildly towards the group of zombies. Hong! Hong! Wherever the rockets blasted on the L4S, they would result in huge bloody wounds. However, even with that bombardment, only one L4 had suffered a headshot. The rest were injured but not dead. However, the attack served to frighten the Z-type, as the remaining L4S immediately separated and ran in 4 different directions. Yu Zhong saw this and his eyes flashing with a strong killing intent. Splitting up. This Z-type has already evolved to such a level of intelligence? I cannot let it escape. We must kill it. There were over 40 million zombies in Guangxi. Even with Yu Zhong and Du Shanxiong's past efforts, the total number of zombies killed were about 3 million. If such an intelligent Z-type were to escape, it would become a disaster for humanity. Yu Zhong unleashed a piercing howl towards the skies and Type 3 lightning appeared in the distance. It brought 300 of its little kin, engaging the evolved zombies. To those mutant beasts, evolved zombies were a special treat. Although they couldn't compare with gobbling nuclei, swallowing evolved zombies would allow them to evolve as well. Yu Zhong eyed the horde below and waved his hands. 2 huge flaming tornadoes appeared and shot towards 2 of the L4s. The moment they landed, the 2 L4s evaded to one side, knocking into the other zombies before they escaped towards the distance. That's not it. Yu Zhong waved his hands again, sending another 2 flaming tornadoes towards the remaining 2 L4s. One of them immediately tried to run, while the other continued in its path, but several S-types leaped up to take the blow. All of them were instantly incinerated. Chapter 529. Gaining Yen Zhou. Chapter 529. Gaining Yen Zhou. Unedited. It's that one. Yu Zhong's eyes brightened when he saw countless zombies jumping to block all of the attacks with their bodies. He ordered, "Fly there." Following his order, the assault helicopter flew towards the L4. At this time, all of a sudden, 1,000 L2s lifted up H1s. Pull up! Pull up! A chill came over Yu Zhong's heart and he roared. The pilot also frantically pulled the controls, taking the assault helicopter higher. The next moment, 1,000 fireballs came soaring through the air, many of which hit empty air. However, one managed to blast the tail of the helicopter, causing a huge hole. The entire helicopter began to plunge. The assault helicopter was lacking in defense when compared to the main forces of the Eurocopters. If it were one of them, it wouldn't have been damaged so badly by the H-1's shot. Of course, if it had been the advanced Thunder Fighter, there wouldn't have been so much of a sweat. Yu Zhong activated his bone-encompassing armor and grabbed the pilot, before leaping out of the helicopter. The assault helicopter plunged towards the ground, exploding into a huge fireball. While in midair, Yu Zhong activated his gravity manipulation, decreasing his weight by half. At the same time, he sent out a sharp bone spike towards the earth. With a thought, he shot out more spikes one after another, moving towards the fleeing L4. The horde was now densely packed. If Yu Zhong landed in their midst, even he would find it hard to extract himself out of that situation. Yu Zhong's speed was extremely quick. Even as the zombies tried to grab his spikes, they barely managed to scrape them. In a few breaths, he had managed to chase up to a distance of 50 m away from the L4. A bright flash of fire appeared in Yu Zhong's right hand, as a devil flame spear formed. He flung it out with force, and the devil flame spear turned into a flash of light as it shot towards the head of the L4, exploding upon impact. The headless corpse of the L4 crashed towards the ground. Its chest suddenly tore open, and the Z2 hidden within swiftly leaped out. The moment the Z2 got out from the L4's body, an S4 pounced over and hugged the Z2 before making a mad dash for the distance. The S4's speed was even faster than Type 2 lightning, reaching almost 30 times the speed of a normal person. It was lightning quick and had almost no equal. Seems like I can't capture it alive. Yu Zhong aimed for the head of the Z2 and frowned. He originally wanted to capture it and try to gather the remaining zombies in hopes to eliminate them once and for all. Yu Zhong waved his hand and a terrifying flaming tornado zipped towards the Z2, incinerating all the zombies in the way. In front of the second-order devil flame, a huge number of zombies were instantly scorched to a crisp. The Z2 screamed out once, before it was also consumed by the devil flame, leaving nothing but ashes behind. With the death of the Z2, the groups of the zombies began to break apart, dispersing and scattering. The evolved zombies suddenly lacked directions. Some remained still, while the others quickly charged towards the Lang Sun 3rd Battalion. The zombies were thrown into a state of chaos. The 400,000 zombies that had been slowly gathering towards the direction of Hashan also began to disperse in various directions. From what seemed to be a hopeless situation that turned into a favorable one, the Lang Sun 3rd Battalion soldiers had managed to stop the assault of the evolved zombies. They began to launch their counterattacks. Without a leader to direct them, the tens of thousands of evolved zombies mostly stayed where they were, staring blankly at space. There were some who were trampled by their escaping companions. When Yu Zhong saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He supported the pilot of the helicopter as they slowly landed within the camp of the Lang Sun 3rd Battalion. The pilot looked at Yu Zhong with gratitude and said, "Many thanks to leader for saving my life. I, Wang He, will never forget this." Yu Zhong patted his shoulder and chuckled. "Continue to work hard. Go and rest for now." Every single pilot was a valuable asset to Yu Zhong. They were even more precious than gold. There were only 12 of such pilots within his troop. Compared to normal people, people like Wang He are easier to be trained to operate the Thunder Fighters. The moment Yu Zhong gained those Thunder Fighters, he would possess yet another powerful trump card. Wang He nodded silently and swore to do his utmost for Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong then went to the front lines. Observing the hordes of zombies being torn and ripped apart by his side's weapons and soldiers, he knew that the outcome had been decided. However, Yu Zhong was very clear that after the two battles at Binqi City and Yenzhou, his troops had been pushed to their limit. They could not continue to fight horde after horde. The first reason was because of their exhaustion, and the other was because these two battles had consumed 60% of his ammunition. Without ammunition, it would be impossible for his troops to contend against a horde of 1,000,000 zombies. Even if they won, it would be at a terrible cost. The intense battle continued until the second day. By then, Hu Yi had led the 1st, 4th, and 7th battalions to provide reinforcements. The battle lasted for an entire week before they finally eradicated the remaining tens of thousands of zombies. They didn't use their heavy artillery, and in order to prevent as many casualties as possible and allow more troops to be enhanced, the flow of the battle progressed slowly. However, since they made use of those tens of thousands of zombies, many of the soldiers had become enhancers, and they gained decent levels as well. The majority of them reached level 10 or higher. After all, the zombies that had remained behind were at the very least evolved zombies of level 10 and above. After both Binqi City and Yenzhou fell into Yu Zhong's hands, the entire Guining City went into an uproar, as celebrations broke out everywhere. The respect and veneration towards Yu Zhong reached an all-time high. Yu Zhong began moving batches of survivors over to Binqi City and Yenzhou. In Yenzhou alone, Yu Zhong had arranged for over 300,000 survivors to settle in. All the slaves and people from the Scum Battalion were deployed at Yenzhou as well. Many of the survivors were put to work the moment they settled in. At the same time, with Lu Xiaocha as a weather forecast, Yu Zhong arranged for various enhancer teams to begin sweeping the regions around Yenzhou, Binqi City and Guining City for resources and to clear out the remaining zombies. On top of all that, Yu Zhong went to reorganize his troops again. The 1st to 8th Battalion in Guining City formed Guang Shi's 1st Regiment, and its regiment commander was Hu Yi. The 9th to the 16th Battalion, of which some were new ones that were recently established, became Guang Shi's 2nd Regiment with Wei Ningguo as its regiment commander. Other than the 1st and 2nd Regiment, The Lang Sun 3rd Battalion, that had accumulated great merit in the operation this time, were reformed into the Lang Sun 3rd Brigade, with a whole group of Chinese soldiers mixed in. After reorganizing, the troops began their training again. At the same time, companies would be sent out in waves and shifts on top of their training to battle zombies. This was to raise their combat strength. As for the government, Yu Zhong didn't forget it as well. He had only been an ordinary university student prior to the apocalypse and did not have any ideas with regards to governance. He chose the previous mayor of Guining City, Shen Ying, to handle the government. Many factions that overthrew the ruling powers would usually retain a few of the original members. One of the reasons was that these factions usually had no capable governing officers. Yu Zhong was the same, however. Since he had faced such a situation in Longhai City before, it was not a huge problem. Since he had observed for a long while, Yu Zhong discovered that Shen Ying was actually a capable officer. He was usually low-key and strict on his kids. He also had experience in governing. Due to this, Yu Zhong reinstated him as the mayor and the main head of the cabinet, while getting Chen Yao to learn beside him. At the end of the day, Yu Zhong had many experts that could fight and kill, but he really lacked talents in governance and leadership. Although Chen Yao was a woman, she was equally capable in both brains and brawn and was extremely outstanding. Plus, she had her fair share of leadership in Vietnam and was of the few people that Yu Zhong trusted. Under his rule, regardless of gender, as long as the person was capable, he would not hesitate to utilize them. Under his rule, Binchi City, Guining City, and Yenzhou began to bustle with life. Survivors in the city began to regain a glow in their faces, and their expressions were once again filled with hope. Inside one of the largest military factories in Yenzhou, Yu Zhong was walking around as Xan Jiarou and Ji Qing Wu followed beside him as they conducted their inspection. "Are you guys able to manufacture large transport carriers?" After listening to the report of the manager Lei Wang, Yu Zhong immediately asked. Lei Wang was the chief engineer in one of Yenzhou's factories prior to the apocalypse. He had been found in a villa's basement when Yu Zhong's army recovered Yenzhou. When the troops had found him, he was almost starving to death. Even now, he still had a sallow look, as though the wind could topple him at any moment. When he heard Yu Zhong's question, Lei Wang did not dare tarry with his answer, immediately replying, "We can't. It's impossible. We lack the technology here. Even before the apocalypse, manufacturing any large carrier would be tough. Even just manufacturing the engine would not be possible." Yu Zhong frowned when he heard it. Chapter 530 Evolving Liquid. Chapter 530 Evolving Liquid. Unedited. Without any large transport carriers, Yu Zhong would lack the means to deploy his troops throughout the country. The speed of advance of the Kingdom of God was extremely fast, chasing up to before the apocalypse. It was mainly due to them possessing a large number of aerial transport and assault helicopters. With those, they could launch devastating attacks in all corners of the earth to obtain even more designs. This time, if it wasn't for Yu Zhong's interference, the laser gun designs would have landed in the hands of the Kingdom of God, and they would be able to quickly manufacture laser guns, raising the overall might of their troops. Yu Zhong also hoped to quickly produce huge transport aircrafts so that he could deploy his forces. After all, it was hard to send aid anywhere he wanted when there were zombies everywhere. Yu Zhong kept his gaze fixed on Lei Wang and asked, "If we had to manufacture those large transport aircrafts, how many years would it take?" Lei Wang hesitated a while before gritting his teeth and replied, "Leader, constructing an aircraft would require the support of a few key industrial sectors. It's not a simple matter with Yenzhou's current state and technology. It would take at least 15 years. When Yu Zhong heard that, he immediately dropped his hopes of constructing large aircrafts in Yenzhou. 15 years of time, even the daylily would be cold, and his troops might already reach the coastal area. Yu Zhong continued to ask, "What about unmanned drones?" In the operation to conquer Binqi City and Yenzhou, the UAVs had played a vital role and were also very important with its non-combat functions. Lei Wang pondered a while before replying carefully. Guishi City has better facilities and equipment to build aerial technology compared to our Yenzhou's facilities. We would need their equipment to begin work, otherwise it would be incredibly hard for us here at Yenzhou. It was Yu Zhong's turn to sink into his thoughts before he pulled out his laser gun design and handed it to Lei Wang. "What about this?" The moment Lei Wang received the designs, the information entered his brain, giving him the knowledge on its construction. "Good stuff. If I had this before the apocalypse, I would have been rich." Lei Wang gripped the design tightly in his hands, his eyes flashing with a look of excitement then pity. He was in the defense research sector and knew of the value of this laser gun design. It was something that could easily cause all current technology to be obsolete. Yu Zhong looked at Lei Wang and frowned slightly before asking, "Is it possible?" Lei Wang shook his head dejectedly. "No, leader, many of the components are not what Yenzhou is capable of producing. Only the eastern or southern cities along the sea are capable of it. Only the main capitals possess the necessary tools, know-hows, and manufacturing lines. However, with this design, it's not impossible to use some replacement parts, so we should be able to produce one or two." Yu Zhong then took out the nucleus energy converter diagram and handed it to Lei Wang. "Okay, this one here, see if it's doable." This. When Lei Wang received the blueprint of the nucleus energy converter, his face instantly changed. Every normal person knew how important energy was to a country, or even to an entire race. The USA had waged wars in the Middle East purely because of oil as an energy resource. If this nucleus energy converter could be produced, then Yu Zhong's establishment would possess a clean and renewable energy source. When coupled with the laser gun, it would raise the lethality of the laser guns and extend combat duration. Lei Wang scrutinized the design carefully, obtaining some important information before saying, "Leader, if I can run some tests, I have confidence that I will be able to produce a prototype within a year. If you need large-scale production, I'm afraid that it would take 3 years. After all, we're lacking talents and are sort of starting from scratch here. Even if we had more details, it would still be hard." Yu Zhong looked at Lei Wang indifferently and spoke, "This matter will be handled by you. Organize a team to begin your research. If you need people, I'll provide them. The same goes for resources. However, this must be kept confidential. You guys will go to the underground city and set up a lab there, understand?" "Yes," Lei Wang replied with respect. He knew the importance of the two designs, and that once they became a reality, Yu Zhong's faction would leap in strength. With a single order from Yu Zhong, a highly secretive lab was constructed in the underground city. They began to gather specific talent. Although the lab could not compare with the Kingdom of Gods, it was still highly advanced, and with the production of the two designs, the lab would gain an increase in research and development as well. As the manager in charge of the lab, Lei Wang was naturally excited, and he could guess Yu Zhong's objectives and decided to give a suggestion. "Leader, although we can't produce the aircraft carriers yet, we still have the railroads. Should you decide to travel far, we can definitely station troops throughout Guangxi with the help of the railroad." When Yu Zhong heard it, his eyes lit up. "Right, the railroads." Yu Zhong had always been following the major highways and roads to travel toward cities. With Lei Wang's reminder, he remembered that the whole country was accessible by railroad. If they gained control of the railroads, Yu Zhong could reach any corner of the country. He could then station his troops and advance from there. Because of the existence of these railroads, China had not been as excited about the development of air travel. In times of peace, It was more than enough to use their rails for troops and resources to be transported anywhere that has a railroad and station. As for the trains, since Guining City, Binchi City and Yenzhou were all in Yu Zhong's hands, he could utilize them anytime. But there's still the possibility that the railroads were destroyed. That would be troublesome. Yu Zhong noticed the issue almost instantly. Prior to the apocalypse, the railroads were indeed useful and could reach all parts of the country. However, because of the apocalypse, there might be some major tunnels or roads that were damaged, and it would pose a problem. The rails break down easily, but building them was difficult. Using the rails to get to the nearby cities would be easy, but to reach the coastal areas, if they were not careful, the troops would be lost to the tracks. However, with Lei Wang's reminder, Yu Zhong could pour some attention to deploying some troops with the trains to protect the tracks around Guining City, Binchi City and Yenzhou. If they could protect these vital channels, then his troops would be able to relocate easily between the three cities, using them as a center point for branching outwards and attacking. Leader, the Snow Palace escaped. Right as Yu Zhong was prepping his troops to swallow the Snow Palace, he received the sudden news. Yu Zhong frowned. When was this? Which direction did they escape to? The officer immediately replied, 3 days ago they made their way towards Heshi City. They're smart, escaping so early. Yu Zhong chuckled. His next target would have Heshi City anyway, so he decided to allow them the head start for now. There was also a huge horde over at Heshi City, and if the Snow Palace ran there, they would have to clear those zombies. Their existence would help Yu Zhong attract the attention of the zombies first, thus Yu Zhong decided not to make things difficult for them for now. Otherwise, it would just take an elite infantry brigade to eliminate the Snow Palace entirely. However, due to the palace master Shangguanbing Shui being a powerful expert herself, he might lose a number of his troops. I've produced Ming Ver 2 evolving liquid. Come and get it. When Yu Zhong was busy with settling the affairs of Yenzhou, Binchi City and Guining City, he received news from Ming in Long'an County. Yu Zhong did not say another word and immediately got on his swift shadow bike and rode straight for Long'an County, all the way to Ming's research lab. The moment Yu Zhong entered the lab, he saw numerous scientists scurrying around conducting various experiments. Compared to the last time he was here, the whole place looked bigger, more spacious, and it was bustling with more people and equipment. Yu Zhong was very clear on how talented Ming was, and hence he had provided a huge amount of resources for him. The moment he saw Yu Zhong, Ming held up a vial. You're here. This is Ming version 2. Evolving liquid. Upon consuming it, enhancers with a total attribute points of less than 120 would gain +5 in all 6 attribute. Enhancers with more than 120 points would gain +1 in all attribute. It is only effective once. Further consumption would have no reaction. The main ingredient is the snake birth fruit and the sap from the green spirit vine plant. The research is complete, and with the ingredients, we can begin mass production. Truly a good item. Yu Zhong eyed the vial and his eyes lit up. With this liquid, he could forcefully increase the strength of his soldiers. Of course, the effect of the version 1. Evolving liquid was better, but with the core ingredient being the brain of a Type 3 mutant beast, it was a problem to manufacture. Chapter 531 Railroad. Chapter 531 Railroad. Unedited. Anything else? Yu Zhong kept the vial in his storage ring, before asking Ming. He was very certain that this genius in front of him had more surprises in store. Ming revealed a proud smile as he handed a green vial. This is my new creation, the Ming Ver 3 evolving liquid. Administering this will cause a normal person to instantly become an evolver. The main component is still the snake birth fruit, but one single pink fruit mixed with other mutant plants, sap can produce 20 such vials. Amazing! When Yu Zhong heard O Ming's words, his eyes lit up and he could not help but praise O Ming. Yu Zhong had established communications with Long Hai City for some time. When he left, the snake birth fruit tree had been consuming a large number of zombie corpses, and plenty flowers had already borne fruit. Over 100 green snake birth fruits had also mutated to the pink variant. The impact of this version 3 evolving liquid would play a huge part in strengthening the troop. As long as Yu Zhong could transport the 100 pink fruits over, there would be 2,000 such vials, allowing 2,000 people to become evolvers. Evolvers were not invincible, but compared to enhancers, they had large advantages. Many enhancers hoped to become evolvers. O Ming continued excitedly. Furthermore, I've discovered that if a naturally awakened evolver were to consume the snake birth fruit, it would awaken a second evolved attribute, gaining a huge boost. Naturally awakened evolvers are truly the favored of the heavens. Oh! Yu Zhong's heart skipped a beat. If this was the case, then he could make use of the fruit to give rise to more dual attribute evolvers. The occurrence of natural evolvers was extremely rare, a mere 1 in 10,000. Even Yu Zhong was not a natural evolver. Those who awakened naturally were truly favored by the heavens, and they would become good at what they do easily. They also had more potential to evolve compared to others. O Ming took out a gold case and handed it to Yu Zhong. These are 500 vials of the version 3. Enough to produce 500 evolvers. This time, when Ji Qing Wu and her party came, they had brought 25 snake birth fruits, fully utilized in O Ming's research. In the end, he produced 500 such vials. Yu Zhong's mood was greatly elevated, and he viewed O Ming more favorably. Great! O Ming, you have done well this time. What would you like? O Ming's face flashed with a feverish passion. I need the corpse of a Type 3 mutant beast, fresh blood, blood essence, brains. The bodies of those new L4S, L3S, and Devourers as well. The best would be to include new or recent samples of any mutant plants, for our lab to have priority over them. Since Yu Zhong had established 3 major bases, he naturally had research labs in all 3 as well. Each of these labs was running their own research into the mutant plants, mutant beasts, and zombies. O Ming was expressly requesting for first priority over the samples. Yu Zhong nodded and promised. Fine. O Ming had shown ample results to Yu Zhong. He naturally would adhere to this talent's request. O Ming regained his calm and waved Yu Zhong away somewhat impatiently. All right. You can go now. I still have experiments to get back to. Yu Zhong was speechless towards O Ming's attitude. As the leader of Guining City, Yenzhou, and Binqi City, many people would clamor to speak to him. O Ming was actually disinterested. He was not to be blamed anyway since he was like this from the start. Before the apocalypse, people of the research world viewed their field as the utmost priority, and most were crude or blunt. If it wasn't for the right backer, even with his talents, O Ming might not have been able to exercise his abilities, due to his poor communication style. Yu Zhong chuckled lightly and shook his head before leaving. Even with the weather forecast Lu Xiaocha, after going through intense battles, Yu Zhong's army could not afford to launch another expansion mission. Hence, over at the Guangxi region, Yu Zhong tried to ramp up the production of ammunition, while deploying small troops out to clear the zombies in the surrounding areas. Yu Zhong had only managed to deal with the zombies in those 3 cities, but in truth, there were over 4 million zombies still scattered around the 3 cities in the various settlements. At the same time, after Yu Zhong had obtained the Ver-3 evolving liquid, he could focus on establishing a form of economy and currency like that of Long Hai City. $1 would be able to exchange for 1 gene of maize. Since he had conquered the 3 cities, Yu Zhong had obtained a huge amount of resources. He could take them out to sell and drive the economy again. Killing an ordinary zombie, and bringing the corpse back to exchange gets $1. Killing a Type 1 zombie would net $50. Type 2 zombies went for $500 and Type 3 zombies were at $5,000. The exchange rate for a Type 4 zombie was $50,000. The exchange rate for nucleus went for the following: ordinary at $10, Type 2 at $1,000, Type 3 at $100,000, Type 4 at $1 million. Type 5 nuclei were worth a $10 million. Furthermore, Oming Ver 2 and Ver 3 evolving liquids and Type 3 mutant beasts packed into cans were put up for sale. A Ver 2 would require $500,000, and a Ver 3 required $10 million. Type 3 mutant beast meat went for $1 million a can. When the survivors in Yuzhong cities saw the items placed for sale, everyone went crazy. A few teams were formed, intending to take risk. Many became hunters, killing zombies and mutants beasts in exchange for cash. What were evolvers after all? They were the favored of the heavens and were experts at the pinnacle. The moment one became an evolver, as long as the person wasn't trash, and the evolved attribute wasn't weak, it would be harder for them to lose in their fight. Furthermore, the person could learn a new skill during evolution and gained a huge amount of enhancements to their constitutions. Everyone wanted to become an evolver, transforming into the doted children of the heavens. Under the enticement of the prices, the various hunting teams went on a rampage, clearing plenty of zombies and mutant beasts, bringing the corpses back. This ensured a steady stream of nuclei and corpses landing in Yuzhong's hands. The central dollars that Yuzhong issued soon became the recognized currency that everyone used. Military and government personnel also stopped doing barter trades and began dealing in the central dollar. The Guangxi region could be said to have finally embarked on some sign of society again. The bartering stage had been popular because nobody could trust the previous forms of government until Yuzhong came into the picture. If it had been earlier, not many would have accepted the new currency. People would just take it as toilet paper. However, since he had already conquered 3 cities and obtained a huge amount of resources, his reputation and prestige were at an all-time high. Coupled with the allure of the Ver 2 and Ver 3 evolving liquids, as well as Type 3 beast meat being priced with the currency, everyone would definitely take up the currency. There was an additional point, which was that compared to barter, the survivors were more used to having a fixed price on items. Due to circumstances, they had no choice but to barter. Who would use the useless money from prior to the apocalypse anyway? After issuing the currency, and having stabilized the situation in Guangxi, the region began to recover swiftly. The survivors were not as hopeless as before, and their eyes were filled with an expectant look for the future. Yuzhong continued to be at Guangxi for a while longer, ensuring that things were truly in order, before taking a company of elite soldiers from the 2nd Brigade as they boarded the train back to Longhai City. On the rail tracks, a train chugged along, within, many soldiers dressed in the Raven combat uniform and Type 2 mutant beast hides. Saturday. At the front carriage, Yuzhong, Ji Qingwu, and Yao Yao were together. Yao Yao was holding a handheld device as she played games, while Ji Qingwu was reading a book. Traveling on the tracks was risky, with unknown dangers, hence the train could only proceed at 20 kilometers per hour. There was the danger of getting derailed. Furthermore, there might be mutant beasts and high-level zombies along the way. It was a sort of exploration for Yuzhong to determine the potential problems. Yuzhong eyed Ji Qingwu reading her book quietly, and her quiet but elegant aura caused a stir in his heart. If I had known, I would have brought you Xian out. For safety's sake, the speed of 20 kilometers per hour was a sort of torture to people like Yuzhong who could not sit still. Plus, there was no form of entertainment on the train, and he was regretting not bringing Xian Jiaro or Ningyu Xian and the rest. Ji Qingwu was extremely beautiful, but she and Yuzhong had not gotten past that barrier, and he could only look at this absolute beauty in front of him but not being able to do anything. After hesitating, Yu Zhong took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "What are you reading?" A slight smile appeared on Ji Qing Wu's lips as she replied, "Qiong Yao's Plum Blossom Scar." Chapter 532. Ji Qing Wu Heavily Injured. Chapter 532. Ji Qing Wu Heavily Injured. Unedited. Yu Zhong hardened his skin and continued to chat. Plum Blossom Scar? An interesting novel. Truthfully, Yu Zhong had never even seen the book nor read romance novels. Compared to reading, he would rather kill zombies and mutant beasts. Ji Qing Wu laughed coquettishly as she moved her hand away from the cover, revealing the name. "I'm just kidding, it's on war." Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief. He had seen the book a few times before. Like this, at least he could have some topics to talk about. If it were some romance novel, then he would be grasping at straws. All of a sudden, the train shuddered, and the sharp sound of brakes being slammed sounded. The train came to a halt. Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed and he shot to the front of the train. Ji Qing Wu and Yao Yao had also moved at the first moment, following closely behind Yu Zhong. "What happened?" Yu Zhong immediately asked when he came to the carriage. "Leader, there's a monster in front." The driver pointed and told Yu Zhong. In front, about 200 meters away from the tracks, there was a group of Type 2 ferocious apes charging over, each of them towering at 4 m. A herd of mutant wild boars and mutant cows were being chased by the Type 2 ferocious ape. As those beasts were running, the tracks beneath their feet were twisted. They could no longer support the train on its journey. Yu Zhong watched on helplessly and sighed. As expected, if we want to make use of the tracks, we have to clear the entire region of beasts and zombies, otherwise it will be impossible. The tracks were truly convenient, but likewise they were vulnerable and susceptible to damages. Yu Zhong would have to arrange for troops to protect the tracks to ensure the continued usage. "Get down and get rid of them." Yu Zhong eyed those Type 2 mutant beasts and ordered. Under his orders, the squad of elite soldiers immediately got off and began to launch an assault towards the mutant wild boars, mutant cows, and Type 2 ferocious ape. This squad of soldiers were already all evolvers, and each of them were at least above level 40. Their combat prowess was strong. A bright flash appeared from the hands of one of the soldiers, and he waved. A huge blade made out of wind appeared and sliced through the mutant beast horde, before lunging for one of the Type 2 ferocious apes' head, slicing it off in a huge shower of blade. One of the soldier wielded a bronze bow, and with a radiating light from his hands, a number of bone arrows shot towards the horde of mutant beasts, piercing the beasts one by one. Another soldier grabbed his huge mace with a savage expression and charged into the midst of the mutant beasts. He swung wildly and pummeling the heads of the mutant beasts in a cruel fashion. Ji Qing Wu and Yao Yao also shot forwards, their aim being the group of Type 2 ferocious ape. This time, there were about 10 Type 2 ferocious apes, and to Ji Qing Wu and Yao Yao, who were high-level enhancers, only these Type 2 mutant beasts could provide them with enough experience. Yu Zhong stood one side and watched as his subordinates slaughtered the mutant beasts, without indication of lending a helping hand. These mutant beasts were too low-leveled. Yu Zhong would not gain anything from killing them, hence he left them for his subordinates, empowering them. These soldiers under Yu Zhong were truly efficient killing machines, finishing off the mutant beasts in a matter of minutes. At this time, a huge shadow loomed over in the sky, as a huge bird with a wingspan of over 80 m suddenly soared down, making a grab for the little lowly Yao Yao. Level 95 mutant beast, Type 4 flame bird, tyrant of the skies, extremely ferocious and terrifying. "Careful!" Yu Zhong shouted out and activated his shadow steps and charged towards Yao Yao's direction. Yao Yao had just caught a glimpse of the massive claw of the Type 4 flame bird, when Ji Qing Wu beside her lashed out with a kick, sending Yao Yao flying back 7 to 8 meters away. At the next moment, the sharp claws of the flame bird pierced the chest of Ji Qingwu, even through the Type 2 ferocious ape she was fighting, before flying towards the sky. Ji Qingwu's face instantly turned pale, as she coughed up a large amount of blood. There was a huge bloody wound in her chest as well. Big Sis Qingwu. No! Seeing this, Yao Yao, who was kicked away, immediately screamed out in a heart-wrenching manner. Her expressionless face was contorted in fear. Yao Yao had grown close to only Ji Qingwu, and because of this, she had joined the special forces. In times of peace, she and Ji Qingwu were as close as actual sisters, and Ji Qingwu herself watched over the growth of this little girl like an elder sister. She had also unhesitatingly sent Yao Yao out of harm's way, sacrificing herself. Yao Yao was afraid that she would lose this one person that was the closest to her and the one she looked up to the most. Even Yu Zhong, who saved her, could only place number 2. "Ah, you beast! What have you done to my woman?" Yu Zhong saw Ji Qingwu pierced with the claw of the Type 4 flame bird, and his eyes turned bloodshot as he screamed. He immediately conjured out 2 devil flame jets, expending 100 spirit and 30 stamina. The jets propelled him like a cannon towards the body of the Type 4 flame bird. At almost the same instant, Yu Zhong knocked into the body of the Type 4 flame bird, and he grabbed onto the feathers. The flame bird flapped its wings, and it soared upwards with a terrifying gust of wind. It then shot towards the distance with a Mach 2 speed, disappearing from its original spot in a flash. What do we do? The leader had been brought away by the Type 4 flame bird. One of the elite soldiers eyed the distance and frowned. The captain sighed. "Quickly report to headquarters." Yao Yao looked towards the distance and the pool of blood from Ji Qingwu and kneeled down. She began crying profusely as the tears flowed down her cheeks. "Wait for me, big sis, I'll definitely come and find you. I'll find you. Yu Zhong, please, please save my sister. Please save my sister. I'll listen to you in the future." Yu Zhong was currently atop the body of the flame bird, and he was blanketed by the roaring winds. Fortunately for his 10 times strength, he held on steadfastly, otherwise he would have been blown off. "Please don't die. Please don't die. Heavens, as long as you're listening, save Qingwu's life, I'll build a totem for you." Yu Zhong continued to brave the winds as he slowly climbed downwards, praying hard for the first time. Yu Zhong never believed in gods, only in himself. Even after he heard the voice of the one claiming to be God, at the start of the apocalypse, he continued to only believe in himself. Regardless of the situation, he would always find a way. However, this time he was really out of options. He could only beg in his prayers, hoping for a miracle. The flame bird continued to fly through the air at its Mach 2 speed, and the opposing winds were as sharp as knives. Even with Yu Zhong's constitution, he came close to being blown off a few times. If he were to fall from such a height, only death awaits. Yu Zhong continued to brave the winds as he climbed towards the claws. He looked at Ji Qingwu and his eyes turned red. In front of his eyes, Ji Qingwu's entire chest had been penetrated, and the claw had also gone through her spine. If it wasn't for her constitution exceeding a normal person, she would have died long ago. Even so, she was on the brink of death. Her blood continued to flow from her grievous wound, and when she saw Yu Zhong, she managed to stay awake, although her consciousness was fading. "You should not be here." Cough, Ji Qingwu's eyes flashed as she looked at Yu Zhong, barely managing a sentence before she coughed out more blood. Tears flowed down involuntarily from Yu Zhong's eyes as he shouted out with some madness. "Don't speak! Don't speak! I want you to live. You must live on, you hear me, Ji Qingwu? You must not die. You cannot die. I like you, I love you. Please, live on for me. Please." Yu Zhong had never spoken those words to any woman, and in truth, when he had first seen Ji Qingwu, He was already enraptured by this beautiful woman who was full of confidence and grace, and her charming aura when she fought. He had always kept the feeling in his heart, and the constant flow of beautiful girls who had embraced him caused him to put the feeling aside. Until today, as he watched her about to die, he couldn't hold back anymore, and the usually fearless him began to feel afraid to the point that he was crying. Any other day, it would be extremely embarrassing. Chapter 533, Biological Armor. Chapter 533, Biological Armor. Unedited. Ji Qing-Wu heard Yu Zhong's confession and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. This was what she wanted to hear the most, and it was all she needed. Her lips trembled, as though she wanted to speak. Don't speak. Please, don't say anything. Look at me. I'll definitely save you. I'll save you. Yu Zhong became anxious when he saw that Ji Qing-Wu was struggling to speak, and stopped her frantically while trying to climb towards her. The Yu Zhong now did not have the bearing of a cold, ruthless tyrant, nor was he the same leader that viewed survivors like ants. He was just a pitiful person struggling to save his loved one, trying his best to snatch back the ball from the death god's court. Since Ji Qing-Wu's spine had been pierced through together with her chest, her injuries were critical. Yu Zhong was worried that she might expend her energy to speak and lose her strength to hang on. She had a smile on her face as she watched Yu Zhong struggle to reach her. Her heart was filled with a warm feeling, and she could see that this was Yu Zhong's true feelings for her. She coughed once more, and a mouthful of blood was expelled, before her eyes started to dim, no longer seeing Yu Zhong clearly. Yu Zhong! I love you! Cough. Just as Yu Zhong reached her, he heard her using her last breath to slowly speak those words, before coughing a mouthful of blood. Her body trembled slightly, then she went limp. Ah! Don't die! Don't die! Don't die! Please, I'm begging you! Open your eyes, please! Open your eyes! He was about 7 m away from her. He used all his strength to drag himself towards her, and fumbled with his treasures. He poured the life-saving grass, Oming Ver 1, Ver 2, Ver 3, the 13 recently ripened purple jade fruits, into her mouth. Even the type 3 blood essence he had been keeping was not spared. The countless valuable treasures entered Ji Qing-Wu's mouth, causing her body to shudder slightly. Her body also became less cold. I need to calm down. Be calm. I will tear this beast apart. But Qing-Wu cannot remain like this. What do I do? He heaved a slight sigh of relief when he felt her body regaining some color. However, he was still at a loss on her situation. The injuries to Ji Qing-Wu's chest and abdomen were serious, and if Yu Zhong were to suffer such injuries, it was also unknown if he would survive them or not. Ji Qing-Wu's vitality and endurance were all vastly below Yu Zhong. Surviving would truly be hard to say. White Bones come out. With a thought, White Bones stepped out of the nether hole in mid-air, its huge hands grabbing on to the claw of the huge bird. Secure her body, don't let it move about. Yu Zhong pointed at Ji Qing-Wu and ordered. White Bones immediately shot out a few bone spikes, locking Ji Qing-Wu's body in place. Yu Zhong eyed Ji Qing-Wu and gritted his teeth before climbing towards the head of the Type 4 flame bird. If he did not kill this beast, Ji Qing-Wu would definitely die. Killing it might mean only a 1 in 10 chance of survival, but at least there was a chance. Yu Zhong climbed up along the body of the monstrous bird before he expended 100 points of spirit to conjure a devil flame spear that was 8 m long. After evolving the skill to its second-order stage, Yu Zhong's expenditure to form a spear shot up from 50 to 100 points. However, this new spear that required 100 points to prepare was at least 6 times mightier than the previous one. The Type 4 flame bird seemed to have detected Yu Zhong's strong killing intent. It twisted its body in a bid to peck at him. The blow almost caused him to lose his grip. Yu Zhong grabbed the back of the flame bird tightly, and the devil flame spear in his hands became a shooting star as it shot towards the head of the flame bird. The resulting explosion was extremely gruesome. With such a terrifying strength of the devil flame, the combustion blasted a huge hole in the head of the flame bird, incinerating at least half its brains. The flame bird might be a Type 4 mutant beast, but its strength laid in its Mach 2 speed. With that alone, as long as it managed to launch an attack, even Yu Zhong would be heavily injured. However, its defense was not as tough, and it was at most capable of defending against 12 7mm rounds. Congratulations on achieving level 77. Congratulations on achieving level 78. You've gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. The moment the flame bird's head was blasted by Yu Zhong, a huge orb of experience flowed into his body, causing him to instantly shoot up 2 levels until he reached level 78. At the same time, a blue treasure box dropped out and fell downward. Before it could plunge any further, White Bones fired out a small bone net to retrieve the blue treasure box. With the death of the flame bird, its massive body began to plunge towards the earth as well. Remove her from the claw. Bring her to me. Yu Zhong ordered White Bones. White Bones quickly removed Ji Qing Wu's body from the claw, and at that moment a large amount of blood and some fleshy parts flowed out. White Bones didn't seem to notice and directly extended out its bone spike to deliver her to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong had already worn a parachute, and he grabbed Ji Qing Wu, waving his right hand, and a transparent silk shot out, sticking to the body of Type 4 flame bird. Yu Zhong hugged Ji Qing Wu tightly, as he gazed downwards with a calm look. When there was a distance of about 1.5 kilometers from the ground, he opened the parachute. At the same time, he activated the gravity manipulation, lowering the weight of himself and Ji Qing Wu by half. The body of the flame bird plummeted straight down, exploding in bits and pieces upon impact. This is an island? Yu Zhong hugged Ji Qing Wu as he surveyed the surroundings, only to discover that the land he was about to land on was only about 1 kilometer wide, and there didn't seem to be any greenery. It was as though it was like a coral reef in the middle of a sea. Yu Zhong carried Ji Qing Wu as they landed gently on the island. He retrieved a blanket and placed Ji Qing Wu on it. Seeing the huge wound in her chest, he felt slightly helpless. Although she had already taken in all those precious medicines and enhancements, her eyes were shut tight, and she was still in her coma. What should I do? Oh right, there's still that. As he was about to wring his hands in exasperation, he remembered the corpse of the Type 4 flame bird. He went over and retrieved the nuclei that looked like a ball of flame condensed into a physical form, as well as the blood essence, that was fiery to the touch as well. He came to Ji Qing Wu's side, and with the extremely priceless Type 4 flame bird blood essence in his mouth, he bit it and broke it apart, before bringing his lips to hers. He then guided the flow of the energy towards her chest. The blood essence from a Type 4 mutant beast was not ordinary. The moment it entered abdomen, it transformed into a warm energy source that began to nourish her body. Nourished by the blood essence, Ji Qing Wu's wounds stopped bleeding. However, the gaping hole and shredded organs were not something that could just repair instantly. These were wounds beyond the help of the blood essence. A blood essence could enhance a person's constitution and vitality, but it could not regenerate body parts. What can I do? Oh right, there's still that. Who knows, there might be something useful. Yu Zhong eyed Ji Qing Wu's pained expression and began to panic again, before he opened up the blue treasure box dropped by the flame bird. With a bright flash, a strange humanoid equipment about 2 appeared in front of it. There were strange blue lines running around the machine like veins. There was also a huge gem right in the middle. Level 7 treasure, biological armor Type 1. A cosmic warfare battle armor, providing high defense and allows the user to fight under extreme conditions. Provides enough oxygen. Also, possesses the ability to automatically heal the user. Requires mutant beast nuclei to operate. Level 7 treasure. This is actually a level 7 treasure. Yu Zhong was momentarily stunned when he saw the biological armor Type 1. It was the first time he came across a level 7 treasure. After all, he had fought so hard and the highest grade of equipment he ever got was his trusty and useful storage ring, which was a level 6 treasure. This biological armor was actually higher by a grade. It must truly be exceptional. Yu Zhong reached out to touch the biological armor, and with a thought, the front gem opened up to reveal a slot, which was meant for the nuclei of mutant beast. Yu Zhong placed the Type 4 flame bird nuclei into the compartment and closed the gem cover. The entire equipment shuddered before coming to life. "Open up!" Yu Zhong ordered the biological armor. The biological armor opened up and Yu Zhong carefully placed Ji Qingwu within it. After the lid closed, it immediately began reparation works on her body. Restoration in progress. Calculating. The user is currently on the brink of death. In order to fully restore the user, it would take approximately 90 Earth days. During the restoration, the armor cannot be used in combat, and it would be in a sealed state. A line of text appeared on the lid of the biological armor. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.